Isn't it a life and death contract? Yunxiao was taken aback as well, and then he cried out. Yen did not care about that. Now that one of his arms had been cut off by Yunxiao, and the other was almost crippled, his vitality was greatly damaged even though he immediately grew another one. Coupled with the fear in his heart, how could he still have the heart to fight? If he persisted, Yunxiao would not feel good, even if he would die in battle. However, his Dao heart had already collapsed, like a river that had burst its banks, and it was difficult to recover. Even though Yen was injured, he was still a demon lord after all. Furthermore, he had escaped too suddenly. By the time everyone reacted, he was only a black dot in the sky. The two armies watched in shock. No one had expected this ending. Yunxiao was speechless as well, and he stood in the sky with a wry smile. TSK, Demon Venerable Lord Yen, you've really let us witness it. Yunxiao raised his arms and made a cheering gesture. Immediately, the Yuan and Yuan troops all over the city burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, Ingluo. The sky was filled with mocking voices, and the 4 troops in the sky suddenly became angry. This was especially so for the people of the Flame Tribe. Their faces were all dark. Not only did they have to endure the ridicule of their enemies, but they also had to face the mocking gazes of the Alliance army around them. Ji and the other 2 only came back to their senses after a while, as if they were in a dream. You're better at bragging than anyone else, but you're trash when you're serious, Gong said coldly. If I had known, I wouldn't have encouraged him to go down. Ho Dao said, the key is, how did he lose? After the first move exploded, we couldn't see what was inside. When he appeared in front of us again, he was already injured. He even used his secret weapon, the blazing azure yang nail, but he still couldn't succeed. In the end, in order to save his life, he could only abandon the battle and flee. Gong gritted his teeth and said, Tisk! You're a complete piece of trash. You've lost all the face of our 4 divisions. It's no longer a matter of face, said Ji. We can discuss how Yen was defeated later, but what should we do now? The 3 demon venerables were caught in a depressed dilemma. They didn't know whether to fight or not. Meanwhile, the 4 armies were in an uproar, and great disputes began to arise. We can't fight anymore. Let's retreat. Ji sighed. Let's wait for the holy emissary to come and arrange everything. The other 2 calculated for a moment and also felt that they couldn't continue fighting, so they immediately ordered a retreat. The people from the Yuan and Yuan tribes could not believe that a life-and-death battle had been resolved just like that. The enemy had come in full force, and before the battle had even begun, a demon venerable had escaped, and the army had retreated without a fight. Everyone looked at Yunxiao with a strange look in their eyes, but more of them were filled with fear and awe. Yi's eyes were also glowing with energy. Yunxiao, on the other hand, did not show much of an expression. After Gong escaped, he seemed to have realized this ending. Open the defender array. Everyone, return to your duties and wait for the next assembly. Yes, the higher-ups of the 2 divisions shouted in unison, their voices filled with confidence and respect. Yunxiao also returned to the secret chamber and began to rest. Fortunately, Yen had escaped, so he was in good condition. However, he had consumed a lot of his demonic energy, so he was not injured. He only needed to rest for a few days before he could be fully resurrected. Tens of thousands of miles high in the sky above Tianhan City, the strong wind was biting cold. A young figure appeared out of nowhere, standing with his hands behind his back. His turbid eyes looked into the Tianhan City, but they were blocked by the formation light and he could not see the true appearance inside. The young man retracted his gaze and fell into deep thought, as if he was waiting for something. Behind him, there were 4 experts standing side by side. All of them had fierce looks on their faces, and one could tell at a glance that they were not kind people. After a moment, 3 demonic lights flew over and appeared in front of the man. The 3 of them were Ji, Ho Hagong, and they all had shocked expressions on their faces. They stepped forward one by one and greeted, "Greetings, young master." The eldest young master nodded and said, "Didn't I ask you to organize an attack? Why was there no movement at all? Where's Yen?" This buy-in. The three of them looked at each other, and finally, Gong sighed and explained the entire situation with anger. In half an incense's time, Gong had explained everything without missing anything. The young master had been silent the whole time, and his face was expressionless. But when he heard that Xianxia had used the Six Paths demonic weapon, a strange look flashed in his eyes. On the other hand, the four demons behind him were all furious, and a wisp of yin qi appeared on their faces. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest young master said, "I understand. We'll talk about Yen in the future. As for the people of the Yen tribe, Lord Ji will be in charge of them for the time being. Anyone who doesn't obey will be killed. Right now, your three divisions can forcefully attack the city. I'll let Fu, Lu, Shou, and Shi assist you." The four men behind the eldest young master trembled, and their eyes burst out with a sharp light, carrying a little bit of coldness. The hearts of the three people trembled, and they couldn't help but look at the four people. The powerful aura could be faintly detected, roughly the power of peak stage demon lord. Although Fu, Lu, Shou, and Shi are at the peak of the demon lord realm, the eldest young master said indifferently, "They have a secret technique that I've imparted to them. They can raise their power to the demon lord realm in a short time. They will be very helpful in your battle. Raised to the supreme demon realm in a short period of time." What? Ji's expression changed drastically. How can this be done? One had to know that the difference between the two major realms was like the distance between the heavens and the abyss. The secret technique to increase one's strength could only cross a small realm at most, so the gap between such a major realm was simply unimaginable. The eldest young master's gaze turned cold as he stared at Ji and said, "You suspect me?" "No, I don't dare." Ji could not help but feel a chill in her heart and immediately lowered her head. At the same time, his heart was in a state of shock. This young master's strength was actually above his own. Otherwise, he would not have lost his mind with just a glance. "Don't worry. There's nothing to be afraid of. With me supporting you from behind, the entire MO world will be invincible." Yes, the three of them felt a chill in their hearts. They immediately bid farewell and flew back to the army's encampment. The four demon venerables behind him moved slightly and saluted the eldest young master before they chased after the three. The eldest young master stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked down and muttered to himself, "The Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader? That's an interesting title. Let me see how strong you are." Very quickly, the alarm in the Tianhan city sounded once again. Under the city's great defensive formation, human figures moved. A large number of demons flew here and there, gathering in the center of the Great Hall. "They've started attacking so quickly. I'm afraid the situation has changed." In the sky above the main hall, 30 to 40 experts had gathered. They stood scattered and looked up at the sky with worried expressions. After the battle with Xianxia, everyone was not so pessimistic about the upcoming battle, which was a great boost to their confidence and morale. When Xianxia appeared in front of everyone, he gave them an invisible force that made them subconsciously draw closer to him. "Wei Qing, what do you think?" Xianxia asked. Wei Qing's gaze was a little erratic as he slowly said, "It's different from last time. It's the opposite." The last time he had slowly worn down the formation. He had been prepared for a long battle, but his plan had been disrupted by an inexplicable life and death contract. This time, however, they are all powerful attacks. I'm afraid that an extremely powerful figure has come, which is why they are fighting fearlessly. "That's exactly what I'm thinking," Xianxia said with a nod. "And now it seems that the control of the battle may not be in the hands of the three demon supremacies." "Are you talking about Demon Head Xuanji?" Wei Qing asked in shock. Xianxia shook his head. "At least it's the devil's convenient power. It might not be him. If the devil head is here, I'm even less optimistic about this battle." The expressions of the high-level officials of the two departments around him changed suddenly, and they also began to discuss in low voices. "Let's see how things turn out," Wei Qing said. "Just do your best. The outcome has always been unknown." "If we could know the outcome," Xianxia said with a smile, "we wouldn't have been in a stalemate until now. Everyone just wait quietly. They were the main force in breaking the formation this time, so they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. We'll abandon the formation and fight to the death. Everyone's expression was grave. They knew that the battle of life and death had arrived. A series of shocking explosions rang out in the sky as the waves of light spread out. An hour later, the entire formation began to shake, as if it were on the verge of collapse. At the center of the hall, the expressions of several array masters changed greatly. The leader shouted, "Quickly run!" A few beams of demonic light immediately rushed to the center, and as soon as their feet left the ground, a terrifying explosion came from the center, shattering everything within a radius of several thousand feet. Fortunately, those array masters were one step ahead of time, and they only suffered minor injuries of varying degrees. Their expressions were a little dim, and one of them sighed, "AI, we've spent so much effort on this formation, but it was still destroyed in the end. Now is not the time to talk about this. As long as we are alive, we will be able to build it back sooner or later," another person said seriously. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The black mass of the 4 troops Alliance army was rolling down with a murderous aura. "Let's find a place to hide first," he said. "All right," he said. The others were also worried and disappeared in a flash of magic light. As the formation was broken, the 4 troops rushed down in anger. The humiliation of Yan's defeat and escape was still in their hearts, and they all looked like they wanted to take revenge, especially the people of the Fire tribe. Their eyes were bloodshot and they wanted to kill someone. Ji had also arranged for the entire Flame tribe to be at the forefront. Wei Qing looked at Yunxiao and said, "That fan of yours?" "I understand," Yunxiao nodded and said. After he finished speaking, the laughing proud mortal dust fan appeared in his hand. The 4 tribes' allied army charged towards the central Great Hall. If they were not stopped by this momentum, the city would be broken in half a quarter of an hour. Yunxiao picked up the fan and flicked it a few times to recover. Then he finally gave it a strong blow. There seemed to be an ancient sound in the void, and 2 elements rose violently and rushed into the sky. "Not good. Block it." The fiends had begun to pay attention to the fan the moment it was taken out. After all, they had seen its power before, and they were still frightened. Boom, boom, boom. No matter how strong those devils were, when the power of wind and fire rushed into the battle formation, a large number of them were destroyed. Then, a violent force spread out in all directions, disintegrating the entire momentum of the attack. The allied forces of the 4 divisions also dispersed. "Charge!" Wei Qing's eyes turned cold and he shouted. He took the lead, and the high-level demons of the 2 tribes followed closely behind. Each of them rushed into the sky with high morale, and soon began to fight with the scattered 4 tribes of demons. "Humph! Damn you from the realm of heavenly martial arts! Leave this man to me." Gong was in the middle of the army. When he saw Wei Qing leading the way, his face turned cold. Without waiting for the other 2 to respond, he rushed down to meet Wei Qing. Ji Heho's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of displeasure. Ji snorted coldly and said in a disdainful tone, "This kid is also smart. He only picks the soft persimmons to pinch." "Let him be," Ho said indifferently. "It's not bad if he can kill that green-robed kid. I'm just afraid he'll end up like Yen. With the 2 of us against the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader, we should be able to win." "Then what about Yuan and Yuan?" Ji frowned. Ho Yen said, "At this time, Yuan and Yuan have not appeared. This proves that the rumors are true. The 2 of them must be seriously injured. As for why there were 2 people from the realm of heavenly martial arts leading the battle, no one knew. Moreover, with the 4 lords Fu, Lu, Shou, and she holding the fort, even if Yuan and Yuan really appear, there is nothing to worry about. Fu, Lu, Shou, and she saw that they didn't need to do anything, so they were naturally very happy. "Don't worry, the 4 of us will be there. He'll immediately attack when he sees that he's no match for them. Then I'll have to trouble the 4 lords." Ji nodded. Lu was a little impatient as he waved his hand and said, "Hurry up! The 4 of us are waiting to see the victory so that we can explain to the eldest young master." Ji Heho's heart was filled with anger. No matter what, They were experts that ruled over a region and had been respected by others for countless years. These few people in front of them were merely peak-stage demon lords. Relying on the fact that they were eldest young master's followers, they actually gave them orders. Although he was angry, it wasn't a good time to flare up. "Let's attack," said Ji. The two of them immediately turned into beams of light and rushed toward Yunxiao. The judge, who had been standing guard beside Yunxiao, suddenly cried out in surprise, "Lord Li!" "Don't panic," Yunxiao said with a solemn face. "Don't panic." Suni nodded and calmed down. Then, he grabbed with his 5 fingers and threw out the 12 divine beings. Suddenly, 12 demonic gods appeared on the battlefield, and the powerful demonic chi spread out, sending many nearby demons flying. The moment the 12 god fiends appeared, they formed hand seals and attacked Ji and Ho. Boom! Boom! Powerful demonic patterns appeared on the palms of every fiend god, and they transformed into light waves that struck down. In an instant, 12 light sources crisscrossed and pressed down on the two of them. "Good job." Yunxiao was overjoyed. "Judge, well done." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already disappeared. The referee was secretly happy to hear his praise, but he quickly came back to his senses. He knew that this was a battle of life and death, and he could not afford to be careless. He immediately focused all his attention on the 12 divine beings. Ji Heho's face was filled with shock. With their strength, they were actually trapped by 12 puppets. He had seen Yunxiao use the same type of puppets in the Battle of Zhongshan Mountain, but they were eventually torn to pieces in the fierce battle. Although the 12 attacks were layered, they came from all directions, attacking indiscriminately. The two of them immediately stood back to back and used their divine arts to scan their surroundings. After all, he had the strength of a demon venerable. He was able to suppress the power of the 12 divine beings with just one move, causing Cruel's expression to change drastically as he felt even more pressure. Right at this moment, Ji and Ho's expressions changed. This was because they realized that there was an additional person beside them. It was Yunxiao who had teleported over. Holding the ally Xuanzong in his hand, he slashed at the two men and shouted, "Go to hell!" The two's expressions changed, and they hurriedly joined forces to slap it. Bang! An extremely powerful force exploded, and Yunxiao was sent flying away while Ji and Ho were separated. "I'll trap one of them, and Lord Li will deal with the other," the judge shouted. If the two demon venerables worked together, they would probably be invincible. She hurriedly drove the 12 fiend gods and attacked Ji, who was the closest. Childish! Ji's face turned cold. The 12 divine fiends were awe-inspiring, but they had a rough idea of their strength from the previous exchange, so they rushed into the formation fearlessly, wanting to break the formation with their own strength. Ho Hui glanced at it and immediately said, "Lord Ji, quickly kill that demoness and come help me." As soon as he finished his words, he found Yunxiao rushing to his side and hurriedly accepted the challenge. In fact, his strength was not inferior to Yunxiao's, but Yan's inexplicable defeat had given him a lingering fear. "Don't worry, you just need to hold on for a while," Ji shouted. He struck out 12 palms at the 12 divine fiends, forcing them to retreat. Phoenix's face turned pale. Yunxiao was taken aback. Knowing that the Kuan could not hold on for too long, he immediately unleashed 3 heads and 6 arms, and with a Hefansha in his hand, he threw it toward the Ho. High in the sky, the eldest young master had been staring at Yunxiao, and a strange look appeared on his face. Ho felt as if the space around him had been sealed by chains. No matter how he tried to retreat, he could not escape from that space. In his shock, he stopped walking and stood firmly. He drew a circle in front of him with his palms, and a ball of demonic light appeared, protecting his entire body. 3,000 worlds. Yunxiao shouted coldly as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The iron chains that filled the sky clattered and locked Ho. The strange runes that surged from the iron chains strangled the ball of light and kept compressing it. Ho's expression changed greatly and his eyes burst out with golden light. He changed his hand seals several times to resist the power of the iron chain. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he sneaked a glance at Ji. Seeing that Ji had completely gained the upper hand and was forcing the referee to retreat continuously, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he would be able to emerge victorious soon. A cold gleam flashed in Yunxiao's eyes when he found that the power of 3,000 worlds of his Xianxia was not enough to crush Ho. He grabbed Lai Xuanzong and Mo Lun Bao at the same time, then waved the two demonic weapons behind him and slashed them down. Bang! The three Mo weapons hit the ball of light and immediately compressed it. Ho's face was filled with shock. He stretched out his hands and desperately held up the defense, afraid that it would be destroyed. Otherwise, if the power of the three Mo weapons landed on his body, it would really be like seeing a ghost. At this moment, Fu, Lu, Shou, and she were all looking at Yunxiao's transcendence golden body in surprise. Fourth brother, go help him. Fu's expression changed. Yes, he said happily. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already outside Xianxia's perimeter and stepped in. Clang, clang. She stomped on a Xianxia's body, causing a large number of demonic patterns to appear. The space within the nebula chain also began to change as the external force entered. He was very careful. Both Yunxiao and Ho were stronger than him, so he did not dare to be careless. On the other hand, Yunxiao and Ho's expressions were completely different. One looked worried, while the other was overjoyed. Now, the two of them were suppressing each other with all their might, completely competing with their cultivation bases. After absorbing more than a third of the Dark Netherstone's power, Yunxiao's pure cultivation base was no longer below Ho's. With the addition of 3 demonic weapons, it was only a matter of time before he won. But as he joined the formation, the situation changed slightly and Ho felt the pressure on him decrease. He walked very carefully, and it only took him a few steps to reach Yunxiao's side. With a ferocious look on his face, he threw a palm at Yunxiao. At this moment, the entire sky was in chaos. Not many people were paying attention to this side, and everyone was overwhelmed. Yunxiao's face had been solemn before, but when he walked to her side, he became calm. He grinned as he looked at the incoming palm. Suddenly, a figure shot out of his heart and appeared in front of him. At the same time, it grabbed the amok wheel on Yunxiao's arm and slashed it at the man. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Xiao Hong's face was full of ridicule as the Amo Luan Bao instantly stood on Shi's body. She screamed in pain and his arm was cut off. Happy saw that the situation wasn't good and endured the pain to escape. However, Xiao Hong sneered, "You want to leave?" He chased after it with his sword. Bang! The 12 fortune wheels on the AMO will treasure flew out and instantly cut Shi into several pieces, which exploded in the air. Fourth brother, Fu, Lu, and Shou's eyes were wide open as they looked at this scene with grief and indignation. They couldn't believe the reality before their eyes. Ho Yi was taken aback. Although Xiao Hong had taken away the AMO wheel, and Yunxiao's suppression should have been reduced, the shock only made him more flustered. Furthermore, he discovered a terrifying thing. He looked at Xiao Hong in horror and cried out, "Demon Commander! You don't need to know!" Xiao Hong sneered. The treasured sword rose up and slashed towards the marquee body. Ho was scared out of his wits. 2 demon venerables working together to kill him. How could he withstand it? Suddenly, he risked his injuries and let out a loud roar. He threw out his fists and pushed Achi Fansha and Alai Xuanzong away before he flew away to escape. Boom! Yunxiao's arm flickered, and the 2 demonic weapons slashed out again. Xiao Hong also caught up with him and slashed at him. Bang! A demon commander was forcibly cut into several pieces and fell from the sky. His head was still screaming in horror. This time, even the eldest young master, who had been watching the battle calmly, could no longer remain calm. He shouted in the sky, "Fu, Lu, Shou, attack! Kill those 2. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that although Yunxiao and Xiao Hong had killed Ho, they had also consumed a lot of their energy. Moreover, Xiao Hong had just stepped into the fiend supremacy realm, and after killing 2 experts in a row, her fiend energy was probably unstable. Yunxiao's face flickered as he looked up into the sky and could not help but gasp. The eldest young master's face and expression were extremely similar to Li Yi's. Devil head. Yunxiao's heart trembled violently when the word came to his mind. Even without the eldest young master's order, Fu, Lu, and Shou couldn't bear it anymore. The three of them rushed over to take revenge for Shi. At this moment, the eldest young master was also staring at him with a slightly focused gaze. The two of them looked at each other, and in just a moment, killing intent burst out. Humph! The eldest young master snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves. He continued to watch from the sidelines, as if he was disdainful of doing it himself. Xiao Hong held the AMO wheel in her hand and quickly absorbed the demonic qi in the surroundings to replenish herself. Go. Yun Xiao suddenly said. You go help the referee. What? Then what about you? Xiao Hong was shocked and refused to leave. Hold Ji, Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. We can't hold on much longer. If Ji Kong makes a move, we'll really be finished. I can handle these three. Xiao Hong glanced at a distance not far away. Ji seemed to have also discovered that Ho was dead. Her irascible emotions were fully displayed in her moves. They were all crazy and ruthless moves, causing cracks to continuously appear on the bodies of the 12 godfiends. Good. Big brother Yun Xiao. Be careful. Xiao Hong wasn't an ordinary woman who acted on impulse, and her figure immediately flickered as she fled. Yun Xiao reached out his arm and took out the shield, then threw it out. The shield expanded in the wind and instantly became several acres in size, falling on Fu, Lu, and Shou. That's Ing Luo. Fu, Lu, and Shou were all shocked, as if the whole world had been covered by the shield. Not only that, but a terrifying aura was also emitted from the shield. The demonic patterns on the shield began to float, and the demonic qi that filled the sky gathered on the beast's head. Yun Xiao's heart was filled with excitement. It was the first time he had seen such a scene, and it was the first time he had used the divine ability he had figured out before. Now that his mind was connected to Ananda Gansha, he was overjoyed to find that the overwhelming power of the shield did not absorb much of his demonic qi. The beast head was only absorbing the power of the surrounding heaven and earth. The eldest young master's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock, Ancient Devil Gansha! After devouring a large amount of demonic qi, the beast's head seemed to have come to life. It began to open its eyes and stare at Fu, Lu, and Shou. A terrifying aura came from the beast's head, and even Yun Xiao was shocked and had a bad feeling. Even he realized that he seemed to have done something incredible, but he didn't know if it was right or wrong. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his control over Ananda Gansha was rapidly weakening. The beast's head was slowly emerging from the shield, and a large amount of demonic qi was being absorbed by it, condensing into its body. The ancient demon god clan really exists, the eldest young master exclaimed in shock. His expression changed and he shouted, Everyone, hear my order. Kill that Gansha. The armies of the 4 divisions fighting on the city walls were all stunned. First of all, they didn't know the eldest young master, and second, they didn't know what the so-called Gansha was. However, the demonic might on the shield was too shocking. The aura and pressure exuded by Gansha's body were enough to intimidate everyone. Fu, Lu, and Shou even felt a little suffocated. Xiao Hong was also excited. Apart from Yun Xiao, she was the first one to sense the change in the demon soldier, Ananda Gansha. It turns out that this demonic beast is from the ancient fiend god clan, Yun Xiao muttered. This name is Gansha. It seems that the person who refined this weapon had refined the Gansha demon god into it. That's not right. A heavenly saint artifact is condensed by the power of a realm, Yun Xiao thought. It has existed since the birth of the devil realm. How can there be an ancient fiend god in it? This question only flashed through his mind, and he did not pursue it any further. This was because the current situation was too unexpected and shocking. It had already exceeded his understanding and control. Ji was fighting the 12 divine fiends with all her might, but after Xiao Hong's intervention, she became more and more exhausted. She also suddenly discovered the existence of the ancient fiend god Gansha, and couldn't help but be shocked. He was also one of the few demon venerables who had existed for a long time, so he knew a lot about the history and secrets of the demon world. After hearing the eldest young master's words, he could not help but tremble, and his eyes were filled with horror. The ancient demon god clan. That's impossible. However, the momentary loss of focus gave Xiao Hong an opportunity to strike back with her sword. Xiao Hong and Richard retreated in a hurry to buy some time to catch their breath. Ji's mind was in a mess, and she didn't even want to attack. She just stood there and watched in a daze. Ji, Ho, Gong, Yen, all 4 tribes, listen to my orders immediately. Surround and kill that Gansha. What are you waiting for? The eldest young master shouted angrily. Those who disobey will die. The people of the 4 divisions looked at each other and stopped fighting, stunned. Ji Hagong reacted and shouted at the same time. Everyone, listen to the eldest young master's words. Those who disobey will die. Only then did the demons take action. They gave up on the Yuan and Yuan tribes in front of them, and rushed toward the demonic beasts that were slowly being born under the shield. At this moment, a demonic flower bloomed on Wei Qing's shoulder, and the judge also appeared, looking at him in horror. Even his mind was a little muddled as he muttered, "A dry break. Is this really a dry break? It's impossible for the ancient demon god clan to be by an..." "What's the ancient demon god clan?" Wei Qing quickly asked. "Is it very powerful?" The judge's face darkened, as if he didn't want to say more. He hurriedly said, "Quickly kill this demon venerable in front of us to avoid future trouble. As for Gansha, we'll just wait and see. At least for now, it's to our advantage." Although Gong was also shocked by the Gansha demon god's appearance, he didn't seem to know what it was. Even if the eldest young master had said so, he couldn't understand it at all. He only knew that an amazing thing had appeared. Just as he was stunned, Qi, who was on Wei Qing's shoulder, suddenly made a move. A large number of vines sprinkled down like rain, like a barrier, and surrounded him. Wei Qing also suddenly attacked, taking advantage of the situation. Gong was shocked. He immediately felt another powerful qi and knew that the battle had changed. He couldn't help but be on his guard. Bang! After clashing with Wei Qing's palms, Gong's strength was clearly slightly superior, and he directly sent Wei Qing flying. But at the same time, Gong's body was filled with devil vines. Those branches continued to move and spread on his body, strangling into his skin. "Who are you?" Gong cried out in horror. He was shocked to find that he was carrying a person on his back, and he couldn't break free from the power of the vines. "The person who will send you to the west." The judge's face revealed a ruthless expression as his 4 limbs turned into vines. With a sudden spin, he turned into a whirlwind and charged towards Wei Qing while shouting, "The bottle!" Wei Qing immediately understood and took out the yin and yang air bottle. With the mouth of the bottle facing forward, he sucked in the entire Gonghe palace. Then, the treasure bottle trembled violently and shook in Wei Qing's palm. Wei Qing hurriedly cast all kinds of seals on the bottle, and it took a while to suppress the shock. "How is it?" Seeing that there was no movement from the bottle, Wei Qing sent a voice transmission and asked carefully. The referee's voice came out. "It's a little tricky, but overall it's fine. I've been nourishing the yin and yang qi for countless years. Refining it is not a problem, but it will take some time. During this time, you can play by yourself and don't disturb me." Wei Qing heaved a sigh of relief, but his eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. He knew that Yi had been trying to find a way to recover his holy demon body. Before he recovered, he could not leave his yin-yang air bottle, so he had to rely on him. If Yi refined the palace and absorbed the power of a demon lord, he would recover most of his strength. He would be a double-edged sword. If the recovery rate allowed him to break free from the attachment, then it would be troublesome. Wei Qing's eyes were uncertain. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with an answer, so he could only take one step at a time carefully. At this moment, he turned his eyes to the sky in the distance, where tens of thousands of devils were besieging the ancient demon god Gansha under the leadership of Fu, Lu, and Shou. Every time Gansha roared, An extremely strong demonic chi would turn into waves that rushed in all directions, killing a large number of demons. However, each attack weakened his strength by a bit. His body, which was almost about to take human form, shrank back into the shield a lot, and his spiritual energy was also lost a little. Yunxiao and the people of the Yuan and Yuan tribes became idle as they looked at him in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. Xiao Hong, the judge, and the other senior executives also flew to Yunxiao's side, seemingly waiting for orders. At this moment, their admiration for Yunxiao was even greater than that of their clan leader, and their eyes were filled with respect. What's going on? Wei Qing also flew over. Yunxiao shrugged helplessly and said, I don't know. Wei Qing frowned. It looks like this monster won't be able to hold on for long. If they kill this monster, they'll still have to attack the city. Why don't we take this opportunity to attack them from the front and back and take their lives? I think so too, Yunxiao said. But if we let this monster hold on for a while longer and rest for a while, our chances of winning will be higher. After the time it took to boil a cup of tea, Yunxiao saw that everyone had rested enough, and demon god Gansha was forced back into the shield again. So he waved his hand and ordered the attack. The people from the Yuan and Yuan tribes immediately rushed over like a river and scattered the armies of the four tribes. The brutal battle once again unfolded in the air. Yunxiao and Wei Qing rushed over in an instant and launched a sneak attack on Fu, Lu, and Shou. Originally, the three men were the main force resisting Gansha, and they had consumed a lot of their energy. But now, under the sneak attack of Yunxiao and Yunxiao, one of them died on the spot, and the other was severely injured, leaving only Fu with a face full of anger and grief. Don't be angry, Yunxiao said. You four will be reunited today. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar came from the shield. Gansha, who had already retreated into the shield, rushed out. After killing a large number of devils, he turned into a beam of light and tried to escape. What? Yunxiao was taken aback and a little dumbfounded. This thing can escape? Then what about this shield? He looked up at the sky. The black shield, which was several acres in size, was still floating in the sky like a black cloud. Gansha's departure immediately caused everyone to be stunned. Stop him! The eldest young master suddenly shouted. He then turned into a light shadow and chased after Gansha. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He was about to give chase, but he suddenly found that the direction in which Gansha had fled was the main hall of Tianhan City. Yunxiao could not help but stop for a moment. When Fu saw his figure move slightly, he thought he was going to escape, so he roared, Die! He rushed over. Crackling sounds came from Fu's body, and his aura suddenly rose, stepping into the Demon Lord realm. The four of them had cultivated this secret technique, but the side effects were huge. Of the other three, two died and one was injured before they could even use it. As soon as Fu stepped into the Fiend's supremacy stage, he immediately rushed at Yunxiao, as if he was going to take him down with him. Yunxiao was taken aback. His life was precious, so how could he die with him? So he simply rushed out and chased after Gansha. Don't run! Fu roared and gave chase. At that moment, in a secret chamber in the main hall, Yi sensed the battle outside. According to her estimation, no matter how heaven-defying Yunxiao was, he could not resist the four armies, not to mention that he had the Arceus region behind him. Therefore, in his impatience, he began to refine MOPU by force, regardless of his injuries. MOPU's body was pierced through by the 10,000 locks, and a faint purple light lingered around his body, while Mo Yuan kept extracting his power. Pu's face was extremely ferocious, his eyes shooting out a murderous light. He couldn't help but roar. If you want to refine me, then you better be prepared to die with me. Yuan's body was also trembling. The two people's devil essence was slowly fusing together, but she was gradually losing control. Just as the two of them were struggling for devil essence, they suddenly sensed something at the same time. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly raised their heads and looked in the same direction. Outside the hall, everyone saw Gansha rush into the hall in the blink of an eye. Then, a terrifying demonic light bloomed, and a powerful wave of air rushed in all directions. Yunxiao's face flickered. The aura that was coming at him was extremely terrifying. He hurriedly changed his form in the air, leaving several afterimages behind as he fled in all directions. Fu was stunned and dumbfounded. The afterimage was already hard to distinguish with the naked eye, and now that it was hit by the blast of the collision, its aura was even more chaotic, making it difficult to tell which one was the real Li Yunxiao. The eldest young master also stopped and stared at the hall with a dark expression. In the circles of demonic light that exploded, a terrifying aura trembled in all directions. Yunxiao! Fu cried out violently. He caught up with one of Yunxiao's figures and found that it was indeed an afterimage, which infuriated him. This was because not only was there a time limit for the secret skill to become a demon commander, but there were also great side effects. This made him extremely anxious. He looked around in the demonic light and jumped around in anger. Ah, you fuck! Shut up! Suddenly, the eldest young master let out a furious roar and appeared beside Fu in an instant. He suddenly sent a palm strike over. Bang! Caught off guard, Fu Kun stared blankly at his master's palm. Then, his head exploded, and he disintegrated into a large number of low-level demons. Yunxiao, who was not far away, felt a chill in his heart. He was shocked by this man's ruthlessness, which even killed his own men. Furthermore, it was a peak-stage demon lord powerhouse. He did not even blink his eyes when killing. The eldest young master seemed to have sensed his presence, and even his expression. He snorted coldly and muttered to himself, "He's already used his secret technique, and he won't be able to maintain it for much longer. Once the secret technique lost its effect, he would immediately fall back to the initial stage of the Demon Lord realm, and it would take a year to recover. Once one's cultivation level dropped, they would be equivalent to trash and would definitely die on this battlefield. A good-for-nothing keeps making noise in front of this young master, making this young master upset. Naturally, I'll slap him to death." Yunxiao came out of his hiding place and said coldly, "You're also making me upset." "Oh, really? Then you can try patting this young master." The eldest young master placed his hands behind his back and had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he was extremely disdainful. "Are you the devil?" Yunxiao suddenly asked. "Are you the devil lord?" The eldest young master's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and said, "You're not qualified to know." Yunxiao's heart stirred. This man's face, demeanor, and other aspects were very similar to Li Yi's. If he was not the devil's head, he should be one of his clones. He thought to himself, "If I have the chance, I'd better kill this man in overturning Sky City." Suddenly, an extremely violent aura came up from below, and then a beam of demonic light shot up into the sky. The two of them were greatly shocked. They immediately turned around and fled to avoid being hit by that terrifying aura. At this moment, Ananda Gansha, who was in the sky above the armies fighting in the distance, suddenly shrank back to his normal size and flew down. A huge shadow emerged from below. It was a ferocious beast that stood up from the ground. It had two deer-like horns on its head, and its eyes were as red as jade. It was 300 meters tall, with a furry body and a lightning green face. Its entire body was covered in all kinds of terrifying symbols. When Anangansha landed, he actually stuck to the beast's chest like a breastplate. Everyone was dumbfounded. On the beast's shoulder, there was a man who was leaning on the beast's face. His face was a little pale, but there was a sinister smile on his face. "Mopu!" Yunxiao cried out in surprise when he saw Mopu holding an iron chain in his hand. One end of the chain was locked onto the upper half of the fierce beast Gansha's body, while the other end was held in his hand, forming a nebula boundary. Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath and looked to the other side. A graceful figure was standing in the air, her face equally unsightly. She held Agon's bone cleaver in her right hand and stared vigilantly at Mopu. When the main hall of the Tianhan city was destroyed, the referee also escaped from his closed-door cultivation and flew into the sky. He looked at the chaos in front of him in shock, not knowing what was happening. "Ha ha! Yuan, you want to refine me? It's impossible. Maybe in the next life. Mopu stood on demon god Gansh's shoulder and laughed wildly. The iron chain whirled along with his laughter, and the power kept shooting out. Mo Yuan's expression turned slightly cold. She held the saber in her right hand and kept her mouth shut. Although she had not fully recovered from her injuries, she was much better than before. The battle in the distance was still going on. Although it was interrupted by the appearance of Mopu and the others, the frenzied killing continued. Only a few high-level demon lords left the battlefield in shock and flew over. Ji also appeared behind the eldest young master and looked at the sky in shock. The situation seemed to be getting more and more out of their expectations. The eldest young master looked at Mopu, then at Yuan. Yuan, are you two really going to betray me? The eldest young master's expression was grave. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and spoke slowly with the posture of a superior. Yuan's face looked even more beautiful under the light of the knife. She said, "It's not that Yuan wants to betray the eldest young master, but the eldest young master cannot tolerate Yuan. If I ask you to hand over the 6 paths demonic weapon and the refining method, and let today's matter go, you will still be my subordinate, and I will let you control the central region of the demonic realm. Are you willing?" The eldest young master asked. Both Ji and Yuan's expressions changed drastically, and their gazes fell on Yuan. The referee's eyes narrowed as if he hesitated for a moment, but he immediately smiled and said, "Why do you value me so much, young master?" "Naturally, it's because you have the ability. A half-step holy demon is already infinitely close to the peak." "That's right." The judge nodded. "The eldest young master values me because of Yuan's strength. If she didn't have the 6 paths demonic weapon, Yuan's strength would be greatly reduced, and the eldest young master wouldn't take her seriously. In the Mo realm, strength speaks the loudest. Asking me to give up my Mo weapon is the same as giving up my life." Xianxia, the judge, and the others nodded slightly, fully agreeing with Yuan's choice. Even if he surrendered and got his life today, losing the Mo weapon meant that he had almost no room for improvement and would be in danger in the future. The eldest young master's face was covered with a layer of frost. He said coldly, "Then you've chosen to die. I choose to use my life and this saber to fight for a way out," the referee said. Her clear eyes turned cold, as clear as spring water. The eldest young master's face darkened and he ignored her. He had already sentenced her to death in his heart. "What about you, Mopu? Do you choose to submit to this young master or choose to die here?" The eldest young master stared coldly at Pu, who was on Gansha's shoulder, and spoke word by word. "Ah? What?" Mopu was stunned for a moment. Then he picked his ears and said, "Some of my earwax went in just now, so I didn't hear what you said. Say it again." The eldest young master's expression turned angry, but he suppressed it. He calmed down and said coldly, "Do you choose to die here, or do you choose to submit to me?" Pu laughed. "I only have shit in my ears. You have shit in your brain, right? Impudent." The eldest young master suddenly roared. He was so angry that his entire body was about to explode. For so many years, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. "You still think you're the demon master? The expired demon lord? The previous demon lord? The previous demon lord?" The eldest young master shrieked and said sarcastically, "To put it bluntly, you're only a demon lord right now. You don't know how to appreciate favors at all. This young master will let you go fuck yourself later." Mopu's expression turned cold as he spat out a single word, "Die." He then stood up from Gansha's body. With a ferocious glint in his eyes, Gansha raised his foot and stomped on the eldest young master's body. Violent fluctuations spread across the entire sky, and all the demonic chi within a radius of 10,000 feet began to mobilize in a strange manner. In an instant, countless demonic runes appeared under Gansha's feet, turning into a ball of demonic light, as hot as the sun. With a loud rumble, the foot stomped down, and it was as if the world had sunk. The faces of Xianxia and the others changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated in all directions. The eldest young master's expression also changed drastically. Although he was slightly shocked, he did not panic. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. I'd like to see how strong Xianxia of the Demon God clan is. He opened his hands, and a black storm immediately rose. His entire person began to become absent-minded. His hands formed a seal in the void, and hundreds of demonic runes scattered around him. Then, they condensed again and slapped toward the sky like foot. What? Everyone's heart trembled, and their eyelids twitched violently. Is he crazy? He's actually going to take the power of this kick head-on. Xianxia watched with a solemn expression. The more calm the eldest young master was, the more he felt that something was wrong. Demon God Xianxia's power was already far above the demon commanders. Even if he wasn't a saint demon, he was at least a half-step saint demon. No one present would dare to take it head-on. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the eldest young master's palm finally blasted into the demonic light. The sun-like radiance under Xianxia's feet suddenly exploded, and a terrifying force instantly struck in all directions, the four poles of the universe. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. Even Xianxia, Wei Qing, and the other supreme fiends felt extremely uncomfortable, as if the world had been destroyed. The battlefield in the distance was also affected. A large number of demons exploded like fried beans and then drowned. There was no sound. Yuan's face was also pale. The center of the entire Tianhan city was almost completely destroyed. Even the ground was lifted up, as if it was a wasteland. What terrifying power! Is the eldest young master also a holy demon? Wei Qing was also forced back nearly 10,000 feet. He raised his head in shock and looked forward. After the rolling demonic flames dissipated, a huge body was revealed in front of everyone, as if it had not suffered any injuries. Meanwhile, Mopu was still standing on Xianxia's shoulder, staring at the place 10,000 feet away with a cold expression. Eldest young master's long robe fluttered in the wind, but his expression only became colder. He was still intact. The two of them were evenly matched. The eldest young master's expression changed slightly. He looked at Mopu with a cold smile and said, "You must think that we are evenly matched, right?" Mopu raised his eyebrows and sneered, "You really think you're a god? You know everything." "Humph." The eldest young master asked for a snub and said coldly, "You'll find out soon enough whether I'm a god or not." The long robe on his body suddenly fluttered without any wind and drifted behind him. His slender body was dressed in strange clothing, and there was a triangular formation carved on his chest. The formation flickered with light, and it seemed like there was nothing inside, just like a black hole. A passageway? Mopu's brows furrowed. Xianxia and the others were also quite surprised. There seemed to be a bottomless space tunnel on the eldest young master's chest, with no end in sight. What's going on? Wei Qing was shocked. No one answered because they were all at a loss. Only Mopu's face became more and more solemn, as if he had thought of something. The corners of the eldest young master's lips suddenly curled up. He chuckled and quickly formed hand seals in front of him. Suddenly, a black light appeared on his fingertips. He raised his hands and the light shone down. The black hole on his chest suddenly glowed with a fluorescent light. More and more of it gathered, and in the end, it became like a vast sea of stars. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They could feel the aura from the eldest young master's body rising crazily. Descend! The words suddenly flashed in Yunxiao's mind, and he could not help but be horrified. He's not the devil head. He's just a clone. Although it was only a few words, all of the people around him were intelligent and immediately understood the meaning behind it, causing their expressions to become even more unsightly. "Kill him!" Yunxiao suddenly cried out. "Everyone, let's kill him together. Otherwise, when the devil's true body descends, no one will be able to escape." Alai Xuanzang appeared in his hands, and he immediately slashed it. The rest of the people only hesitated for a moment before making their moves. The referee raised the demonic blade in his hand, and a cold light shone on his clothes. The sky suddenly split under the blade chi, and the blade slashed over. Xiaohong, Wei Qing, Bai, and the others also attacked at the same time. The higher-ups of the Yuan clan and Yuan clan who had survived also followed closely behind, and dozens of attacks broke through the air, heading toward that spot of light. Only Mopu was still standing quietly on Gansha's shoulder, as if he disdained to join hands with others. The people of the 4 divisions of G, he stood in the distance with gloomy faces, not knowing what to do. A bunch of childish people. The eldest young master's face suddenly changed, and the corners seemed to become more distinct. He blinked his eyes, and when he opened them again, it was as if there were lightning flashing in them. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Because he was the first to make a move, he was already beside the eldest young master in an instant. He was the first to feel the unusual aura. The eldest young master turned around and stared at him sarcastically. He raised his left hand, formed a seal, and struck the ally Xuanzong. Bang! A beam of demonic light bloomed on the weapon, and Yunxiao's body seemed to freeze as if time and space had stopped. A dense purple light emerged from Yunxiao's body, and a mirror suddenly appeared and covered him. After that, the mirror was covered in turtle patterns and shattered with a bang. Time and space began to spin again, and Yunxiao was sent flying. The hearts of Yuan and the others trembled, but they could not think too much about the arrows that had left the bowstring. Agon's bone cleaver and the others all slashed down. The eldest young master grabbed with both hands, and a layer of demonic light enveloped his surroundings. All the attacks were restrained, unable to land on his body. An ant trying to shake a tree. The eldest young master's eyes were filled with ridicule and a cold smile. He changed the seal in his hand and the demonic light spread out, sending everyone flying. Even the powerful Yuan's expression changed drastically. She held the agama in front of her to protect herself, but she was still pushed back tens of thousands of feet, and her aura dropped drastically. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? A sense of powerlessness welled up in everyone's hearts. Other than the fact that the eldest young master's appearance had not changed much. His strength was completely different from before. A terrifying word appeared in everyone's mind. Although they didn't dare to believe it, they couldn't not believe it. Yunxiao's blood and qi were rolling violently in his body, and several mouthfuls of blood rushed up to his throat. He could not help but spit them out as he gritted his teeth and said, "Holy demon!" The entire sky turned cold with these 2 words. Everyone felt their hands and feet turn cold, and even the air became cold. Mopu stared at the eldest young master for a while and said coldly, "Are you the one who stands at the peak of the demon world in this era, the one who leads the entire world?" Peak? The corners of the eldest young master's mouth curved into a smile, his eyes full of pity and disdain for Mopu. Anger rose on Mopu's face. He was infuriated by the eldest young master's eyes. He said coldly, "Now that your true body has descended, you can die in peace." AI Fansha released Gansha's body, and the nebula boundary immediately covered an area of several thousand feet. Yunxiao and the others wanted to retreat, but they were delayed for a moment, and they were trapped in the sea of clouds and stars. His entire body was covered in chains condensed from law runes, and he shuttled through the entire universe. The expressions of Yuan and the others also changed slightly, but they quickly recovered. Because the center of the sea of stars was the eldest young master and not them. As long as they stood still, they should be fine. On the other hand, Jihe and the 4 troops had been watching from tens of thousands of feet away and didn't fall in. At this moment, they retreated even more. The eldest young master suddenly gave a kick, and the metal chain vibrated in front of him, making a crisp sound and an afterimage. You still think you're a demon master? None of them had a clear understanding of the current situation. Your era ended 100,000 years ago. The eldest young master's body suddenly moved and he disappeared from where he was. Mopu's expression turned grave. He formed a seal with one hand in front of him, and his eyes turned pitch black in an instant. Light flickered constantly as he said coldly, "Within this nebula boundary, no movement can escape my eyes." Gansha suddenly roared and directly punched behind him. Bang! At one of the nodes, The beast's fist was blocked by a huge force. A terrifying demonic light instantly exploded. The figure of the eldest young master appeared. His sword-like brows were slightly furrowed as he used his palm to block the huge, furry fist. The incantation gesture in Mopu's hand changed and he pointed forward. Immediately, the iron chains that filled the sky flew down and locked onto the eldest young master's body with a huala sound, directly tying him up like a dumpling. If this is all they have, then even the saint demons are getting weaker with each generation. Mopu looked at him coldly and raised his right hand. Suddenly, Xianxia felt the demonic weapon in his hand move, then disappear between his hands. In the next moment it appeared directly above Mopu, spun once and then fell. When Mopu grabbed Ale Xuanzang, the bronze battle axe suddenly emitted an ancient sound vibration. The sound wave was visible to the naked eye and it was a dense golden color. Die! Mopu flew up and directly slashed at the eldest young master. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened, and they forgot to breathe for a moment as they watched this scene nervously. The eldest young master raised his eyes. He was tightly bound by Xianxia, but he did not panic at all. His eyes were as calm as water as he said, "Actually, you understand that you're not my match, but you're just unwilling to give up and want to fight. Hehe. There's a price to pay for your stupidity." The eldest young master's gaze turned sharp instantly. Suddenly, a demonic light burst out from Xianxia and a loud noise was heard. The eldest young master had actually managed to push it away. The black hole in his chest, which was visible to the naked eye, became even brighter. The triangular formation was actually healing. What? Mopu's expression changed drastically, and he could not help but reveal a look of shock. The eldest young master laughed coldly. "I have a total of 6 clones. Just now, I only had the power of 2 clones. Now, I'll let you see the power of the fusion of 4 clones. You'll be in despair." His cold face became handsome again, and his face was pink and white. Everyone could sense that his strength had doubled. Die! The eldest young master shook his arms and immediately pushed Xianxia away, then threw a punch at him. Bang! When the fist hit the Ale Xuanzang, Mopu's expression changed drastically. A big hole was created in his chest by the aftershock of the fist force, and his body was sent flying backward. The red light in the demonic god Xianxia's eyes became scorching hot. With a loud roar, he raised his fist and struck down again, turning it into meteorites that filled the sky and shattered the layers of the void. It's useless. This is the fundamental difference in strength. No one can make up for it. The eldest young master thrust his palm forward and easily blocked the fist light that filled the sky, allowing Xianxia to go crazy. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. "I was wondering how the demon god clan could still exist. It's just a dried corpse that has turned into a spirit. Now it's just a dog of the demon master. I'll send you all to heaven together." In the eyes of the eldest young master, the fist shadows that filled the sky were merely illusions. He sneered, and with a flash of his body, he appeared high in the sky and suddenly threw a punch towards Xianxia's head. Xianxia raised his head. There was no joy or sorrow on his face, only ferocity. Then, a black round shield appeared in front of his face. It was none other than Ananda Xianxia. Bang! The eldest young master's fist landed on Ananda Xianxia's body, causing beams of demonic light to appear. The space was directly twisted and spun by the pressure, but he still could not break the shield. The eldest young master's expression changed slightly, and he let out a muffled groan. His body immediately turned into 3 afterimages, each landing around Xianxia, and they attacked together. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and a faint shield shadow appeared on Xianxia's body, blocking the attack. The black shield was not broken, but the powerful attack had shocked him. It directly hit Xianxia's body through the shield, leaving 3 huge holes in it. His body was penetrated. Finally, the shield's luster dimmed, and Xianxia's body also collapsed forward with a loud bang. This terrifying scene fell into everyone's eyes, and they were all dumbfounded. After being blown away by the blow, MOPU actually fell into a semi-unconscious state, floating in the air. His two arms kept twitching, and he only woke up from the heavy injury when Xianxia was blown to the ground. What kind of power is this? Xianxia trembled, and so did the other people. After killing Xianxia, the eldest young master's clones once again merged into one, and that astonishing might descended once more, shocking the entire sky. There was no sorrow, joy, or despair on MOPU's face. He just looked at him quietly and said, "You've already broken through the suppression of this world." The eldest young master sneered, "Humph. Isn't a breakthrough a very normal thing? I've already broken through 1,000,000 years ago." "What?" MOPU was stunned and became a little dazed. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then he could not help but tremble. 1,000,000 years ago, it was the time when the ruling plume dominated the realm of heavenly martial arts. The eldest young master said coldly, "Look at the confusion on your face. As a former demon master, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. I am the true spirit 6 wings of the heavenly martial realm. I was hurt by someone, and I had no choice but to escape through the regional wall. Or rather, he has fallen into a difficult situation in the MO world. Now, he has finally recovered his peak strength and advanced another level. 6-winged. Xianxia cried out in horror. "You are 6-winged. Wei Qing was also shocked, and his mind was full of question marks. The eldest young master glanced at him and snorted coldly. Xianxia could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. At this moment, 6-winged had only merged 4 clones into one, and it had already surpassed the Saint Demon realm. When he thought of Li Yi, who was still in his divine realm tablet, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. "I can't believe that there's someone like you in the heavenly martial realm," MOPU said. "I've only heard of the true dragon and heavenly phoenix, but they've only reached the realm king level. You're still in the devil realm, so you probably haven't reached the level of master of the 1,000 realms yet." Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "Back then, I was severely injured and my cultivation was almost completely scattered. In addition to the suppression of the demon world's power, it was not easy to survive. After all these years, he had returned to his peak. How could it be so easy to step into the realm of the 1,000 realms? In the past millions of years, the only one who became the master of the 1,000 realms was you. But now that you've appeared and the 6 paths demonic armament is gathered here, it seems that my opportunity has arrived." MOPU's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a complicated look. "Demonic weapons are heavenly saint artifacts of the demonic world," 6-winged said. "Only the capable can own them. It's not like you're the only one who has them. However, from my observation, you are a rare genius in the last 10,000,000 years. You seem to have refined the MO weapon. It seems like you know quite a lot about the demon weapons," said MOPU with a complicated expression. "I've seen 2 generations of realm kings in the realm of heavenly martial arts," 6-winged said. "Including you, I've seen 2 generations of demon masters. You're the only one who can refine the heavenly saint artifact, and all of them have been refined by the heavenly saint artifact, becoming its shell or its slaves. You're the only weapon master. This also brought me a great surprise. If there is no precedent, I don't know what to do when I get the MO weapon. A refined heavenly saint artifact?" Xianxia was taken aback, as if he had caught something. "Get the MO weapon? Do you think you can do it just because you want to?" MOPU made a seal with his hands and placed it in front of him. His aura, which had been in a daze due to his injuries, suddenly condensed and began to rise rapidly. Lu Qi's expression changed. His eyes revealed a strange look and a fierce light shone. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. "But how can we win now?" Yuan's expression turned ugly, and she held the agama in her hand even more tightly. If she had not been severely injured in the battle with MOPU, the 2 of them together with the demon god Xianxia would most likely be able to fight against 6-winged. But now that Xianxia was dead and MOPU was severely injured, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. Lu Qi looked at the incantation in MOPU's hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "A desperate struggle? That's right. Let me see the demeanor of the powerful man who dominated the world in the past. MOPU's expression was calm, without any fluctuations. As the seal was formed, he immediately transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. Yuan and Xiao Hong's expressions changed slightly, and the swords in their hands began to tremble as if they were being summoned by MOPU. The 2 of them did not resist and allowed the MO weapon to fly over. The 6 arms behind MOPU spread out, and the 5 profound level weapons broke through the air and slowly landed in his hands. He also raised his right hand, and a roll of green light slowly fell. Lu Qi's eyes shone with excitement as he said, "The ancient scroll of Avicenaraka. It said that the supreme magical abilities and secret techniques of the demon race are recorded in it, and it's a supreme treasure passed down from the ancient demon god era. Even among the previous demon masters, only a few were able to open it, but you should be able to do it, right?" Yunxiao and the others all had their hearts stirred as they looked at the iron scroll. They also felt that it was strange. When the 6 Paths demonic weapon was summoned, they had never seen the iron scroll open, so they didn't know what was inside. The ancient scroll of Avicenaraka records the connection between 2 eras. It is the supreme ancient scroll that combined all the magical skills and wisdom of the old demon world when the new demon world was created. MOPU said slowly, "New demon world? Old demon world? What did that mean? Could there be a few more MO realms?" The people around them were all confused. Even Yuan and Yuan were confused. However, everyone immediately stopped thinking and looked ahead with wide eyes. The ancient scroll unfurled in MOPU's hand. A series of runes flew into the air like a black ribbon, dancing up and down as the scroll was extended. Each of the ancient devil inscription characters that appeared from the scroll contained an extremely powerful force. The scroll was like a world of its own, showing the world its power and rules. Lu Qi's expression changed drastically as well. He actually took a few steps back and stared at the ancient scroll in shock. He cried out, "Could it be Zhenjin? Zhenjin?" MOPU's expression was calm as he said, "It seems like you've guessed it. This ancient scroll was the magical power book of wisdom formed after the collapse of the old demon world. To put it simply, what I'm holding in my hand is one of the realms in this void." Lu Qi's expression changed drastically as he suddenly shouted, "The 5th clone! Fuse with it!" He folded his arms in front of him and formed a ball. It was as if endless power was gathering on his body. A shadow that was almost the same as 6-winged slowly appeared and fused with him. Everyone's expression changed drastically, because 6-winged strength had clearly increased a lot. Lu Qi's eyes turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Yunxiao. He raised his hand and grabbed at Yunxiao, then shouted, "The 6th clone! Come out!" Yunxiao instantly felt his throat being clutched, and he could not even breathe. The Divine Realm tablet was slowly pulled out of his body under 6-wing's capture. Then, Li Yi's figure fell out in a sorry state and flew towards 6-winged. Only then did Yunxiao return to normal. He grabbed the Divine Realm tablet with one hand, his face filled with horror. With his current strength, he could be considered one of the best in the 2 worlds, but he couldn't even withstand a casual grab from 6-winged. Li Yi waved his hands in fear and shouted, Don't absorb me. I don't want to die." Yunxiao and Wei Qing both regretted not killing him earlier. Bang! However, Lu Qi didn't care about him. A trace of mockery and anger flashed through his eyes as he rebuked, "You're my clone to begin with, yet you're actually so afraid of death. You've truly disgraced this lord. If you were just a subordinate, I would have slapped you to death right now, you piece of trash." He clenched his fingers and stabbed them into Li Yi's head. He said coldly, "He's weak. Now's not the time to merge. But the situation is like this. I have to do it." Li Yi's body shuddered a few times before his entire body gradually merged into 6-wing's body until he disappeared. Lu Qi's body suddenly trembled and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He chuckled and said, "Complete body descend." The pitch-black triangular formation on his chest had completely disappeared. His arms and body swelled up like bamboo shoots, and there were even white bones protruding out. His appearance and temperament had also begun to change. His cold and stern face was gone, replaced by a ferocious and terrifying look. White bones grew out of his arms, shoulders, and back like swords. Yunxiao was shocked, but at the same time he believed that the man was Lu Qi, because his body was very similar to those great demons. Bone sword! Lu Qi shouted, and a piece of white bone extended from his palm, which turned into a sharp sword. The bones were covered with all kinds of complicated runes. Mopu had been looking at him quietly until the transformation was complete. Then he said, "I'm still one step away. Was it because the sixth clone was too weak? If your sixth clone can reach the level of a half-step holy demon, you might be able to become the Lord of 1,000 worlds. It's indeed a pity," Six-Winged said. "But the heavenly Tao has never been up to people, nor has it ever given people despair. When one door was closed, there must be another door open. This useless clone prevented me from breaking through to the 1,000-world realm. But the heavenly Tao sent you here, along with the Six Paths demonic weapon." The corner of Mopu's mouth raised into a cold smile, and he said, "The heavenly Tao has specially sent me here to send you to heaven. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." The six-winged Taoist laughed. Without saying anything, Mopu threw the ancient scroll of Amo in his hand. It immediately transformed into an extremely strange form. Those Mo matrices began to spin in an incomprehensible trajectory in the air. At the same time, the other 5 Mo weapons rose up. A powerful presence spread out in circles, shaking the air. The 5 Mo weapons were all led by the ancient scroll and turned into a vast nebula, a vast universe. Mopu's eyes were cold and his brows were lowered, as if he was the supreme ruler of this universe. Lu Qi's expression became extremely serious. The white bones on his body began to turn blood red, and the bone sword also glowed with a red light. It was like a rising sun that was going to split the firmament. Star Jade Explosion! Jian Chun! The crimson bone sword rose up and stabbed toward the vortex that seemed like a vast universe. The hearts of Yunxiao and the others trembled as they cried out, "Not good, quickly run!" The terrifying force exploded in front of everyone, and dozens of figures turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. No one knew the situation at the center of the explosion. It was completely impossible to identify it. It was a power that devoured everything, and everyone ran for their lives. The Tianhan city that was high in the sky was directly annihilated by that overbearing force. When the people of the 6 tribes who were tens of thousands of feet away reacted, it was almost impossible for them to escape. They were all covered by the aftermath, and a large number of screams rang out. Only a powerful demon lord, who ran with all his might, managed to escape from the restraints and survive. Yunxiao and the others had already fled hundreds of miles away, so they could not sense the terrible storm. They all turned their heads in horror and looked at the darkness in front of them. There was no light coming through. It was like a dark universe in front of them, cutting off the world of the devil realm. Yuan's face was even paler, because Tianhan City was right under this darkness. It was foreseeable that there would be no one alive, not even a tile. Ji He and some of the demon lords who had escaped also turned pale. This attack had almost destroyed all the core forces of the central forces of the demon world. A few demon lords managed to escape, but they were heavily injured. Finally, they couldn't take it and directly fell down, their strength dropping. After a long time, they didn't see any change in the space in front of them. It was still dark, as if it was a universe with no light. "Are you sure?" Yunxiao looked at Yuan and asked in a deep voice, "Can you sense Mopu's life and death?" Yuan looked at him and shook her head. Yunxiao could not hold it in any longer. He tried to sense his surroundings, but he could not even sense the 6 Paths demonic weapon, let alone the life and death of Mopu. "I'm afraid that Mopu is already dead, and we've lost contact with the demonic weapons of the 6 Paths," Yuan suddenly said. Her expression was not good. Without the Mo weapon, her power would be greatly reduced. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then said to Wei Qing, "No matter what happens to Mopu and Lu Qi, it's useless to stay here any longer. Let's go first." "Leave? Where to?" Wei Qing was stunned for a moment. He had not yet recovered from the earth-shattering power. Fortunately, Mo Qing had already gone into seclusion to focus on refining the palace. Otherwise, she would have been dumbfounded. The barbarian tribe. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. The barbarian tribe. The judge discolored as he immediately knew Yan's thought. He mused, "Why don't I go with you?" "You?" Yunxiao was stunned. "You?" He nodded and said, "You and I are on the same side now. Now that Mopu and Luqi's life and death are unknown. I don't know what to do. No matter which one of them survives, it'll be a disaster for me. And to the realm of heavenly martial arts, it is also a huge disaster, so you and I have always been on the same side." Hearing this, Yuan's expression also darkened, and it was very ugly. She and Chun were on the same side. They had worked together to deal with Mopu, and then they had worked together to fight against Six-Winged. No matter who was still alive, they would be a great threat to them. Yuan raised her eyes and stared at the endless darkness. The terrifying energy wreaked havoc within, but she could not detect anything. "Do you want to come along?" the referee asked. "How's that possible?" The referee was furious. "Li Yunxiao is someone I must kill." "AI!" He sighed and shook his head, not knowing what to say. Yunxiao's eyes flickered. He also understood Yuan and Yuan's situation, so he could not help but say, "Why don't you take the opportunity to unify the central tribes of the Devil Realm? Then kill the ancient realm and gain the upper hand." The judge's expression flickered as he fell into deep thought, as if he was considering Yunxiao's idea. Yunxiao struck while the iron was hot and encouraged. "If Six-Wing survives this battle, he'll be heavily injured. This is our only chance to get rid of him. Otherwise, when he fully recovers, he'll—" Large beads of cold sweat appeared on Richard's forehead, and he couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Six-Wing's terrifying power, an existence that surpassed a holy demon. "If that's the case, don't leave for now. We must find out if they're alive or not," he said in a deep voice. "Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace no matter what I do." "Investigate? How do we investigate?" "It's impossible to find two people in this dark space," Yunxiao said. "It's harder than ascending to heaven. And in this darkness, there was nothing. He couldn't see, and his divine sense was limited. You should check it out." "How do you know there won't be any results if you haven't checked?" the referee grunted. Richard nodded and said, "I agree with Yuan. Why don't we look around first?" However, Ing Luo, his eyes turned cold as he glanced in a certain direction. "Before we begin our investigation, I think it's necessary for us to remove some of the wings from the Arceus region." Ji's body turned cold as she felt Yi's malicious gaze. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and said in anger, "It's not easy for everyone to survive a disaster, so why do we still have to kill each other?" "I'm too lazy to reason with you," Yunxiao sneered. "Did you ever reason with us when you attacked the heavenly martial realm?" "Kill!" At his command, Wei Qing, Xiaohong, Yuan, and Yuan all attacked. The target was not just Ji alone, but also the demon monarchs who had survived from the 4 allied forces. Ji did not dare to fight them head-on, so she turned and ran. But in an instant, she was chased by Yunxiao and the others, and all of them were killed. After doing all this, the dozen or so people examined the situation of the dark space in front of them. It was not so dangerous anymore, so they entered and began to investigate. A month later, the endless darkness seemed to have become lighter. At the place where everyone had entered, people slowly came out, but they all had heavy expressions, shaking their heads and sighing, as if they had not discovered anything. The last one to come out was Yunxiao, but he also found nothing. But Yunxiao's face was full of contemplation. "Did you find something?" Wei Qing asked. "If you want to say it, let's think of a solution together." Yunxiao looked into everyone's eyes and said, "I suddenly thought of the 6 Paths demonic weapon. Contains the 6 Paths space. Only when 3 MO weapons are together will there be a chance of triggering the 6 Paths space. Could Mopu and Luqi have entered that space?" When he said this, everyone was stunned. Xiaohong and Yuan, on the other hand, were hesitant. They felt that this was indeed a possibility. "Otherwise," Yunxiao said, Although this place is hundreds of miles wide, we would have left some traces behind. If the two of them really entered the six-path space, it would be troublesome. He had no idea how to get rid of them. And by the time they recover their strength and come out, everyone will be finished. His face was filled with worry. Everyone was dejected. Wei Qing said, "There's no point in thinking too much now. Let's take one step at a time. We'll first unite the central demon region, then destroy the Arceus region. If we gather all our strength, even if one of them doesn't die, we can still fight." What he said was right, and it gave everyone a little confidence. However, the last sentence, "I can still fight," made everyone shake their heads. The power that Mopu and Lu Qi had displayed earlier had already exceeded their scope of understanding. Moreover, the top forces of the 8 central divisions were almost all destroyed except for the barbarian tribes. Even if all of them were gathered together, they would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot when it encountered the six-winged clan. "Let's stick to our previous plan," Xianxia said. "It's better to do something than nothing. Besides, this is the only way now. No matter if it's Mopu or Lu Qi who appears in the future, I'll come back and have a talk with them." He looked at Yi and said, "Talk? Do you think we can come to an agreement on the matter between the two realms?" Lao Ai laughed. "How do you know if you don't try?" Xianxia said seriously, "How do you know?" After being sealed for 100,000 years, Mopu's heart did not seem to be so violent anymore. Six-winged was originally from the heavenly martial arts realm, so he most likely had some feelings. As for why he attacked the realm of heavenly martial arts, I think it's because of the enmity from back then. As long as he has his revenge, he probably won't attack again. The few people beside him nodded slightly, feeling that what he said made sense. On the contrary, Xianxia did not have much confidence in himself. He felt that this matter was by no means so simple, and that there seemed to be some hidden agenda. But at this moment he had no other good ideas. "Let's go to the barbarian tribe first," the referee said. "Drag Man He and that Lu Congzi out and skin them alive." He was also filled with frustration. He had no one to vent his anger on, so he set his sights on the barbarian tribe. Xianxia looked back at the dark space, and a faint trace of worry grew in his heart. Hua Qianshu, whom he had promised to meet again, had not appeared, and he had no idea where she was at the moment. Furthermore, he had lost contact with the Six Paths demonic armament. He realized that the little bit of perception he had with Xiaohong and Yuan was gone as well. The devil essence of the Devil Lord Emperor also seemed to have become ordinary with the loss of the devil weapons. The dozen or so people no longer delayed and quickly flew towards the nearest city. Several dozen days later, he arrived at the nearest large city with a teleportation formation. He finally ended his flight and began to enter a series of teleportations. Finally, after 2 months, they arrived at the main city of the barbarian tribe Extreme Emperor City. Xianxia, Wei Qing, Xiaohong, Bai En, and some other experts from the Kuan tribe had come to the city. Meanwhile, Yuan and her subordinates stayed in a city of the Kuan tribe. They didn't want to get involved in the fight with the barbarians. Yuan had yet to recover from her injuries in the battle at Tianhan City and only wanted to recuperate in peace. So she bade everyone farewell. In fact, the biggest knot in her heart was that she could not accept being on the same side as Xianxia. If it was just a temporary alliance out of desperation, she could still reluctantly accept it, but she could not tolerate such a long-term alliance. Xianxia was still wary of her. If it were not for the greater disaster, six-winged, he would not have spared her life. Therefore, it was not a bad choice for the two teams to part ways. In the main hall of the Imperial City, on top of a dark array, there was an empty shell that was split in half. On top of the eggshell, a demon venerable sat cross-legged, his body covered in thick fur, and golden light flickered on his body. "Congratulations, Lord Man. You've finally absorbed all the power of the devil ape egg." A strange laugh came from the top of the hall. Then, a whirlwind appeared and turned into a young man. The man's face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were green, but they were full of vigor, which was very strange. Man raised his eyes and looked at the man. "You have complete control over this body you seized, right? The man was Lu Zongzi. He snorted angrily and said, I can't completely transform into a demon body yet, so I can only use this body I brought from the realm of heavenly martial arts. I'll transform my body after I master my devil cultivation. That's good. As long as you're fine, I can rest assured. Man nodded. Thank you for your concern, my lord, Lu Zongzi said with a chuckle. Have you heard of the rumors recently? Man's expression changed and he said in a deep voice, You're talking about the incident in Tianhan City? There were many rumors that it was chaotic, but all of them were extremely terrifying. What version did you hear? It's indeed very messy, Lu Zongzi said. I've heard 7 or 8 versions, and I can basically confirm some things. That is, the 8 central tribes have almost been completely wiped out, and our barbarian tribe can be said to be the only outstanding one. The second was the appearance of the ancient region's devil lord, who had destroyed the entire Tianhan city. Right now, it's unknown whether the people are alive or dead, and even the life and death of the devil head has become a mystery. Do you think the devil lord will die? Mandao asked. It's really hard to say, Lu Zongzi analyzed. After all, the strength of the Kuan tribe is not weak, and with MOPU's help, I think it's most likely a situation where both sides will suffer heavy losses. It's just that it's hard to guess who's dead and who's not. Hold on. Can you be sure that MOPU has made his move? Man interrupted him. A cold glint flashed across his face. Yes. Lu Zongzi nodded with a smile and said, I happened to find a person who had the Devil Lord's devil essence power a few days ago, so I extracted it. He had originally wanted to use it to spy on the Six Paths demonic weapon, but it was a pity that he had completely lost contact with it after the battle in Tianhan City. I'm afraid that MOPU is also in a bad situation. There's such a thing? Man Jing said. It's true, Lu Zongzi said. I wonder what Darren plans to do next. Man looked at Lu Zongzi. He was also very afraid of Lu Zongzi. If he didn't rely on Lu Zongzi's art Dao, he would have killed him long ago. He also tried to probe Lu Zongzi's thoughts and said, What do you think we should do? Lu Zongzi said with a playful smile, We are the only outstanding one among the 8 central tribes. If the Devil Lord wins, he will definitely rely on us even more. My lord, you will have a tremendous increase in power in the Arceus region. But if the Kuan tribe wins, it will be troublesome. Oh? Where is the trouble? Yuan and I don't assault each other, so there doesn't seem to be a need to target me, Man indifferently said. As the saying goes, 2 tigers can't live on the same mountain. If the Arceus region is the one who lost, then you and Yuan will be the only ones left in the central region, Lu Zongzi said with a smile. Rumor has it that Yuan has already entered the Saint Demon realm. If that's true, I'm definitely not her match, Man said after a moment of silence. Lu Zongzi laughed and said, My lord, why do you boost other people's morale and diminish your own? Yuan had already been heavily injured before the battle with the Arceus region. This was almost certain. Whether they could survive the battle at Tianhan City was already a problem. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, their strength would most likely drop. But Darren has refined the demonic ape strength. One side is weak while the other side is strong. It is not difficult to kill Yuan. You mean you want me to strike first and send out my troops to wipe out the Kuan tribe? Mandao asked. There's no hurry, Lu Zongzi said. This is a strategy for the victory of the Kuan tribe. But in fact, in my opinion, the possibility of Yuan winning is not high. If the devil wins, then there's naturally nothing to say. It'll be fine as long as the devil is still the leader. If that's the case, then we'll talk about it after the results are out. How's your research on the 4th generation coming along? Upon hearing this, Lu Zongzi's eyes lit up. He laughed and said, We've already achieved great results. If he could succeed, it would be enough to cultivate a large number of demons at the peak of the Demon Lord realm. At that time, it would be easy to sweep across the entire heavenly martial arts realm. I'll even be a bit more confident in dealing with the Arceus region. Man's expression changed, and a hint of anger could be seen between his brows. After all, they were still too apprehensive when it came to dealing with the Arceus region. I don't understand, he said. You're from the realm of heavenly martial arts. Why are you helping us? Help you? No, 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 you've misunderstood, my lord. Lu Zongzi laughed. I'm not helping anyone. I'm only helping myself. Help myself. Looking at your current half-human, half-ghost-like appearance, it seems like you didn't help yourself. Manling sneered. Lu Zongzi said, as long as you have a long-term vision and enough strength, why should you be so fixated on a temporary gain and loss? Moreover, the realm of heavenly martial arts would be destroyed sooner or later. Even if they weren't destroyed by the demons, they would still be destroyed by their own hands. In my own hands? What do you mean? Man's pupils shrank as he asked in a low voice. Lu Zongzi's appearance became even weirder, and his originally handsome face became a little distorted under his expression. With an evil smile, he said, Your Excellency will understand one day. Man was furious, but she knew the temperament of the person in front of her. After a muffled humph, she said, If that's the case, you may leave if there's nothing else. He didn't want to see Lu Zongzi again, and he wanted to kill him right now. Lu Zongzi chuckled and turned to leave. Suddenly, their expressions changed at the same time. They raised their heads in shock and looked around. At some point, more than 10 people had appeared in the hall, all of them staring at them coldly. Li Yunxiao. Lu Zongzi sucked in a cold breath and couldn't help but take a few steps back as he looked at the people in front of him in horror. Man immediately descended from the sky, vigilantly staring at the crowd, and coldly said, What are you guys doing? Yunxiao stared at Lu Zongzi and said coldly, You're not dead yet, you actually took over your own body. Lu Zongzi's body was one of the many alchemists who had been brought here from the realm of heavenly martial arts. Lu Zongzi chuckled and stared at him coldly. I wanted to take over Yangdi's body, but that piece of trash is too weak. He's not worth my time. All right. Yunxiao's face flickered as he said ferociously, Today you've got no way out. Brother man, since we're acquaintances, why don't we shake hands and form an alliance? Richard also looked at Man and sighed. An alliance? What alliance? Manling snorted. Haven't the 8 central tribes always been allies? Why are you still speaking in such an official manner at this time? He laughed. To fight or to form an alliance? It's your choice. Man's expression changed slightly. I want to know the result of the battle at Tianhan City. Where's the devil and Yuan? He spread his hands and said, The devil head is missing. Yuan is seriously injured. She's recuperating now. Missing? Man Dongrong asked. Did you see the devil's strength clearly? Richard's face turned a little ugly, but he still said honestly, Above the holy demon realm. He's not far from the legendary master of the Thousand Worlds realm. The Lord of 1,000 Worlds. Man's expression changed drastically, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Lu Zongzi was also shocked, but his eyes were filled with surprise. The Lord of the 1,000 Worlds. There really is such a realm. His expression returned to normal, and he seemed to be lost in thought. Even so, you still dare to oppose the Devil Lord? Man's face was ashen. I've already taken the first step. There's no turning back, Shang said. Therefore, if Brother Man can't make the right choice today, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble. His gaze fell on the cracked eggshell and said, Furthermore, Brother Man stole the devil egg from the Arceus region. Although you've carefully concealed your identity, the Devil Lord most likely knows about it. If I'm not wrong, this devil egg was originally used to provide power for his 6th clone, but you took it away, directly causing his 2nd clone to be insufficient in strength after the forced fusion. The Devil Lord will eventually find you to settle this karma. Man's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, You want to pin a crime on someone, but you can't find a good excuse to do so. Think carefully whether you're trying to frame me or not. He laughed. It's useless for you to tell me. You can tell the Devil Lord yourself. Man's face turned deathly pale, and his eyes became gloomy and uncertain. Yunxiao suddenly laughed. You're wrong, Lord Qi. If he had made the wrong choice today, he wouldn't have been able to meet the Devil Lord. If you make the right choice, You won't need to explain anything when you see the devil again. That's right. Lord Li, you're absolutely right. The referee laughed. Man's face turned ugly. What about an alliance? What if we don't form an alliance? Before the judge could say anything, Xianxia said, if you want to form an alliance, you should join us in killing our way up to the ancient realm and uprooting all of the six-winged devil's forces. If you don't want to form an alliance, then die now. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. However, if you want to form an alliance, you can use Lu Congzi's head as a token of loyalty. Man and Lu Congzi's expressions turned serious, but their expressions were different. Can you defeat the Devil Lord if you kill me? Lu Congzi grinned hideously. Why don't you leave me here and we can work together? After all, the power in my hands is not weak. I'll believe you if I believe you, Xianxia said coldly. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Let me send you to your death. At the thought of Lu Congzi's evil deeds, Xianxia had lost the interest in man killing him. With a move of his body, dozens of sword beams pierced through his body and spun around the hall, forming a sword array that spread out in all directions to prevent him from escaping. Lu Congzi was shocked and seemed to be a little flustered. He hurriedly said, Lord Man, are you really not going to care about me? Cooperating with these people is the only way to die. Don't worry. Since when have I ever given up on you? Man's face darkened. Man, it seems like you're really beyond saving, he said in a deep voice. Lu Congzi was overjoyed and leaned over to the man. Thank you, sir. I hope that Darren will make a move, and we will rush out together. Yes. Man 1 nodded, raised his hand, and suddenly struck out. But it was Lu Congzi's chest. Bang! The fist force hit Lu Congzi's body and directly blasted a big hole. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, but the blood had also been dyed black. The referee and Xianxia were both taken aback by the sudden change. Xianxia immediately retracted his sword aura and looked at him coldly. Lu Congzi's face revealed a dazed and dull expression. He looked at his chest and stared at Man in disbelief. Why? Man snorted and said, Do you still need to ask? People have to lower their heads under the eaves. Besides, I've long found you an eyesore. I see. I've helped you so much, but you still want to kill me in the end. Lu Congzi said with hatred. Help me? Man looked at him with eyes full of ridicule, as if he was looking at a clown, and said with a smile, Do you think I'm an idiot? Didn't you just say that everything you did was to help yourself? Even so, Lu Congzi said angrily, even if I'm mainly helping myself, you'll still benefit greatly, right? Treating me like this, aren't you afraid that everyone will be disappointed? Even if you seek refuge with them, will they truly accept a person like you, who has betrayed their enemy in the face of battle? No need to talk nonsense anymore, Man sneered. You're dying anyway, so I'll tell you. Even if today's matter didn't happen, I would still kill you sooner or later, because your appearance makes me feel disgusted. You're so ugly, and when I see you, I feel like I've eaten a fly. Although Lu Congzi had taken over the body, his evil expression still appeared from time to time. Hearing Man's words, he actually calmed down and nodded. If that's the case, then I won't feel any guilt in possessing your body. You deserve to die. Man was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Possess my body? Is he dying and his brain is in a daze? A hole was blasted in Lu Congzi's chest, and blood flowed all over the ground. But he still didn't fall. He raised his hand and made a hand seal in front of him. Man's expression changed. Suddenly, his body began to grow furry. His muscles swelled, his face twisted, and he kept changing. What have you done to me? Man was greatly shocked. She suddenly found that her body seemed to have been possessed by someone, and was unexpectedly out of her control. In her great shock, she wanted to attack again, but her arm seemed to weigh 1,000 jin, and she couldn't lift it at all. Lu Congzi watched jokingly from the side and laughed. I didn't do anything to you. Do you think I'm as heartless as you? You may be unkind, but I can't be unrighteous. He put on a sanctimonious look. You did something to the demon egg? Man suddenly realized and asked in shock. Lu Zongzi chuckled and said, "Do you think you've refined the devil egg? In fact, it was the devil egg that refined you, idiot." He walked forward and extended a finger that was as thin as a branch, pale and bloodless, and directly plunged it into Man's chest. It was as easy as cutting tofu, and he did not encounter any resistance. Man's face was filled with fear as she turned her head with all her might to look at Yunxiao and the others, her eyes full of pleading. The judge gave Yunxiao a look, as if he wanted to ask for his opinion. But Yunxiao remained unmoved, so the judge pretended not to see him. Lu Zongzi slowly pressed his body against Man's. Soon, a ball of devil chi poured into Man's body. Man struggled with all her might, and her body trembled, but the extent of her trembling was very small. Then, the terrified expression on his face turned dull, and he finally froze. Lu Zongzi's possessed body lay powerlessly on the barbarian's body as if it had died completely. His face began to stiffen. Suddenly, Man's body trembled and shook Lu Zongzi's possessed body away. Then, he pointed his finger and exploded in the air with a bang. After doing all that, Man clapped his hands and revealed a strange grin, which was really Lu Zongzi's. Louis and the others all swallowed their saliva, feeling nauseated as if they had eaten a fly. "I finally understand why Man wants to kill you," Shang said. Lu Zongzi burst into laughter as he stared at Yunxiao and said teasingly, "Do you think I'm a genius?" Yunxiao nodded. "That's true, but it's also very disgusting. So disgusting that anyone would want to kill you." Lu Zongzi moved his new body and seemed a little uncomfortable. He snorted coldly and said, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you have the strength." Even Man, who was as strong as the demon commander, was ambushed by me. In fact, I've already refined that devil egg and placed a restriction on it. He was so stupid that he thought I was helping him refine it. He deserved to die for being stupid. "You're right," Yunxiao said. "I agree with you on this point. Stupid people deserve to die. But isn't it stupid of you to show off in front of me?" Lu Zongzi stared at him with a smile and said, "You think you've got me?" "What?" Yunxiao sneered. "Do you think you can still live?" The two of them were full of confidence. One thought that they had the other in the bag, while the other thought that it was impossible. Lu Zongzi clapped his hands with great force. The sound of clapping spread out, and the entire hall shook. "You've called for reinforcements," Yunxiao said with a slight frown. "You'll only add more vengeful souls to the list." Lu Zongzi laughed. "Whatever you say. I don't care if these scumbags die or not. So be it if they're vengeful." Soon, the entire hall was surrounded by a large number of experts. Those people looked into the hall, especially when they saw Lu Zongzi lying on the ground. They were all shocked and angry. "Since we've decided to kill them, let's be quick about it," Wei Qing said. "Otherwise, the more garbage there is, the more troublesome it will be to clean up." Staring at Lu Zongzi, Yunxiao said, "I'll ask you one last time. Where are Yang Di and the others? Where are they? You won't tell me even when you're about to die?" "Oh, I almost forgot about it." A strange smile appeared on Lu Zongzi's face as he said, "I'm not that cruel. It's time for you to meet your apprentice and old friends." He started clapping again, and a very rhythmic sound, like a song, spread throughout the hall. Then, the faces of Yunxiao and the others changed slightly, because they all sensed a powerful aura approaching, and it was not just one person. Boom! All of a sudden, the roof of the hall was ripped open, and the devils who had come earlier all retreated in horror, scattering in all directions. The sun shone down, and several figures appeared in the sky. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he could not help but cry out in surprise. "Xianhua, Fian, Yangdi Luotian Jejia." At the moment, all the familiar faces had cold expressions on their faces. When they saw Yunxiao, they were taken aback for a moment, but then they returned to their indifferent expressions. Yunxiao's heart sank. These people were either possessed by the devil or possessed by an evil spell. Although they recognized him, they seemed to be controlled by someone. "Ha ha ha! We haven't seen each other for many years." Lu Zongzi laughed and said, Don't you feel emotional? It's such an exciting scene. Yunxiao's face turned blue with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "What sorcery did they get?" "Sorcery? You can ask them yourself," Lu Zongzi said with a smile. "They are all my disciples or subordinates, and even my adopted daughter. How could I teach them evil arts?" "Li Yunxiao," Xianxia suddenly said, "What are you doing? Don't be rude to the chief." Yunxiao stared at Xianxia, his face darkening as he said, "You guys still call him chief? Do you know what they have been doing all these years?" Xianxia stared at him sarcastically. "We've been with the chief all these years. Naturally, we know. Then why are you still helping him at this moment?" Yunxiao asked in a deep voice. Xianxia said, "It's because I know that I helped him. I know you must have a lot of misunderstandings, but I'm too lazy to explain it to you. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't be rude to the president, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The rest of the people looked at him with the same expression. Even Yang Di said, "Shurzuan, turn back and you'll be saved. At this moment, I can still call you master, but if you dare to be rude to the chief in the slightest, our master-disciple relationship will end here." Yunxiao felt dizzy. He knew that these people were possessed, but he had nothing to say. His anger gradually subsided. "That's right." Lu Zongzi laughed evilly. "I caught someone not long ago. He looks familiar." He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Suddenly, countless rays of golden light gathered and condensed into a golden ball of light under his palm. There were flames dancing within the ball, and the illusionary image of a firebird was flying within it, occasionally disappearing. Below the firebird was a man sitting cross-legged, seemingly recuperating from his serious injuries. Hua Qianshu. "What?" Yunxiao was shocked again. "No wonder I didn't see him at the meeting in Tianhan City. You've caught him. It's called fate," Lu Zongzi said with a smile. "It's fate that we can catch him." On the day he bade farewell to the Shooting Star City, he had coincidentally met her on his way back. Thanks to my good memory, I was able to recognize him. If it were anyone else, they would have long forgotten about such a small fry. However, his fortune is not bad. He actually obtained the nirvana of the phoenix and the devil essence of the devil emperor. This is a little surprise for me. Yunxiao suddenly laughed as well. "My disciple has made you happy with a little surprise. I've decided to give you a big surprise next. I'll let you go to heaven." Seeing that Hua Qianshu was fine, he was relieved. Even Xianxia, Yang Di, and the others, as long as they were still alive, there would always be a way to remove the sorcery. "At this moment, I can't help but admire your calmness and optimism," Lu Zongzi retorted. "Even now, do you still have the confidence to kill me? This body has absorbed the power of the ancient demon ape and has already reached the half-step Saint Demon realm." In an instant, as Lu Zongzi released his aura, the entire hall began to shake. All the demons' expressions changed drastically. Even Yunxiao was taken aback. "That's impossible. You've just taken over this body. How can you control it so easily?" "That's why people with stupid brains die easily," Lu Zongzi said with a smile. "Didn't I just say it? I didn't possess man's body, but the ancient demon apes. I had already refined the infant's power when it was still in the devil egg, and Man Z thought that he had obtained the devil ape's power, but he was actually bound by the devil ape. If you hadn't come today, I would have still attacked man in a few days. Your arrival has only brought the process forward." The expressions of the surrounding barbarian demon lords changed drastically when they heard this. Each and every one of them revealed an expression of shock. Richard sneered. "You're right. Stupid people die easily. I'm really worried about your IQ. Now your identity has been exposed, right? How will these barbarian people work for you?" The experts of the barbarian tribe came back to their senses one by one. They glared at Lu Zongzi with fury on their faces. Lu Zongzi chuckled and said, "To be honest, I don't think I'm interested in these minions. But at least they were lives. Even if they were used as cannon fodder, it would be good. Before I dealt with man, I had already placed a restriction on them. Initially, I wanted to kill man together, but the devil egg gave me another opportunity, so I didn't have the chance to use these pieces of trash. But now I can use them. The demon lords of the barbarian tribe exploded with anger. They shouted with all their might, Lu Tsongzi, if we don't kill you today, we won't be human. Then you're all going to be dogs today, Lu Tsongzi said with a smile. He raised his hand and grabbed. A strange force seemed to appear in the palm of his hand, and the expressions of the demon lords all changed drastically, screaming in pain in the air. What's going on? What did you do to us? The demon lords screamed, their faces contorted. At first, they could still resist, but later on, they all wailed and begged for mercy. Sir, please stop and let us go. Please, sir, let us go. Beg for mercy? Lu Tsongzi said coldly. Didn't you all say that if you don't kill me today, you're all not human? We are not humans to begin with. A demon lord kneeled and begged. Please, my lord, have mercy on us. A few demon monarchs were in so much pain that they tore their bodies apart and exploded with a bang, falling down in the air. This scene caused the rest of the people's expressions to change greatly, and they began to beg for mercy in fear. Only then did Lu Tsongzi let go of his hand and said coldly, the only chance of survival is to kill Yunxiao and all the others. Also, I want to tell you a tragic thing. The seal I placed on you is bound to the slave contract. If I die, you will all die. The demon lords' faces were all pale, and their eyes were like dead fish, completely devoid of light. What's wrong? Still not making a move? At Lu Tsongzi's cold order, the devil lords trembled with fear when they saw that he was about to shake hands with them. They hurried to rush toward Yunxiao and the others from all directions. Even Xianxia and the others flew in front of Lu Tsongzi to protect him. Lu Fian's face was filled with anger. She pointed her sword forward and said coldly, Gu Feiyang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually harbored evil intentions and wanted to kill my foster father. I will take your head today. Yunxiao's face turned slightly cold as he said to Wei Qing, who was behind him, I'll leave these people to you. Use the yin-yang air bottle to suck them in, but don't take their lives. Humph. Wei Qing snorted coldly. It's hard not to harm someone's life. You should do this kind of nanny-like job yourself. Leave Lu Tsongzi to me. He flew up and flew toward Lu Tsongzi, who was surrounded by the crowd. At this moment, the demon lords that were attacking from all directions were all blocked by Yi and his subordinates, as well as Xiao Hong. The referee held a small sword in his hand and fought bravely. During the Battle of Tianhan City, she didn't have time to put away her 12 divine beings. In the end, it was destroyed by Mopu and Lu Qi's attack. Now only that small sword was left. Fortunately, that sword was also an extraordinary item, and it was extremely powerful. Lord Qi, Yunxiao said, can these demon lords stop us? There's a lot of them, so there's no problem for now, the referee said with a solemn expression. But if there's a steady stream of demons coming, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. The battle here had alarmed the entire Imperial Extremity City. Experts from all over the city were rushing over to join the battle. Even though Yi was a demon lord, he could not defend against a siege and a battle of attrition. All right, Yunxiao said. You hold on first. I'll try my best to be fast. At this moment, Xianxia, Lu Fian, and the others all flew into the air and attacked Wei Qing. A bunch of scum, Wei Qing sneered. If it weren't for Li Yunxiao, I would have killed you right now. With his strength, he naturally would not put these people in his eyes. However, under Xianhua's first attack, the pitch-black longbow in his hand suddenly turned into a saber and also suddenly slashed over. His originally handsome face suddenly became as ferocious as a demon, and his power also increased. What? Wei Qing's heart skipped a beat. He had been calm and collected, but to his shock, he realized that not only was the other party's strength not the same as before, it was completely beyond his expectations. Bang! In a panic, Wei Qing struck out and hit the black longbow with his palm, sending it flying. However, the attacks of Lu Fian and the others came one after another, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only brace himself and attack in all directions. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Wei Qing's heart trembled. Each of their attacks had the power of the Demon Lord, and a few of them had even reached the peak of the Demon Lord realm. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and was sent flying by the combined attacks of everyone. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Wei Qing's face was filled with fear after he retreated a few thousand feet. He was now a true demon commander, and he had gone through many hardships to obtain this cultivation. Except for Xianxia and Lu Fian, the rest of the people in front of him were basically alchemists. How could they have reached the Demon Lord realm in such a short time, which was comparable to the void extreme divine realm of the heavenly martial realm? Yuanxiao was about to make a move, but he stopped as well, his face filled with horror and disbelief. Huh? Wei Qing, you actually escaped, Lu Zongzi said in surprise. I can't believe that even you have stepped into the Demon Lord realm. Now, demon venerables are as cheap as dogs and can be found everywhere? Damn you! Yuanxiao roared. You damn beast! What did you do to them? Yuanxiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The more abnormal the phenomenon was, the greater the transformation and damage it would cause to Xianxia and the others. Otherwise, Lu Zongzi would have already modified him and not thought of ways to possess the barbarian. Of course it's to help them increase their cultivation. Isn't that the effect? Are you blind? Lu Zongzi chuckled. He was very pleased and proud. In the end, when he looked at Yuanxiao's angry face, he seemed to feel a great sense of accomplishment and said, Back in the ancient Devil's Well, you saw the demonic beasts I had modified. They were the second generation. After that, in Shooting Star City, they could be considered the third generation. And these familiar people you see in front of you are the fourth generation, Yuanxiao trembled all over, and his scalp went numb with anger. With bloodshot eyes, he said in a cold voice, You're saying that these people are magical beasts? Why are you so obsessed with your original appearance? Young Master Yuanxiao was a man of great wisdom, so please don't take it to heart. They were just a bunch of stinking skins. Of course, they aren't much different from magical beasts in essence. Lu Zongzi chuckled and said, Also, I've discovered that combining materials from the heavenly martial realm and the devil realm can produce many unexpected effects. This fourth generation product is the one I'm most satisfied with so far. Not only does it have strength, but it also has wisdom and even loyalty. I'm going to kill you. Yuanxiao could no longer hide his anger, and he rushed over in an instant. Xianxia and the others all had angry expressions as they shouted, Stop! They all attacked him. But how could he stop him? Besides, Yuanxiao was burning with anger at the moment, so he could not care less. He raised his palm and struck out. Bang! The huge palm force hit the void and exploded, sending more than 10 people flying. His strength was above Wei Qing's, and Wei Qing was also too careless and underestimated the enemy, which was why Xianxia and the others took the opportunity to send him flying. How could these people stop Yuanxiao? Haha, young Master Yuanxiao is too kind to kill me. Lu Zongzi laughed out loud and flew back, clapping his hands again. With man's body and the power of a half-step holy demon, he was confident that he could fight Yuanxiao. However, he had always been a cautious person and refused to take any risks. Soon, as the applause stopped, a large number of magical creatures flew over from all directions and gathered behind Lu Zongzi. They were the third-generation modified products he had seen in Shooting Star City. There were also quite a few third-generation beasts, about 40 to 50 of them, and they all roared as they charged over. Lu Zongzi had abandoned all his previous efforts in the Battle of Shooting Star City. These were all modified products after they escaped. All of you go to hell. Yuanxiao was almost going crazy. The world of smiles appeared in his hand and he suddenly slapped at the third-generation products. Boom, boom, boom. A gust of wind and fire swept out, instantly sweeping in all directions. The entire hall was completely blown away. One by one, the massive third-generation demons were sent flying by the power of the proud smile of the secular world. Many of them exploded with loud bangs, suffering serious injuries. Lu Zongzi's eyes fell on the banana fan and he said, What profound level weapon is this? Who did it come from? Yuanxiao, who had gone crazy, roared, "From your fucking head!" He raised his banana fan and suddenly hit Lu Congzi. Lu Congzi's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately felt the mighty power of wind and fire, but he did not panic. Instead, he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The huge furry fist struck the banana fan, and a massive force soared into the sky, shaking the two of them unsteadily. Lu Congzi's huge pupils contracted like black dots. He said in surprise, "You're so strong that you can actually compete with me? Resist? I'm going to tear you apart with my bare hands today." Yunxiao's eyes were burning with anger, and his reason was invaded by boundless anger. He clenched his fist, and the primordial sword energy gathered in his palm. Lu Congzi's expression changed, as if he had sensed something. He looked at the sword chi in shock and cried out in horror, "What's that?" "It's you," Yunxiao roared, and before the sword could take shape, he slashed it down like a beast. Lu Congzi's pupils constricted, and he gasped. He actually felt the danger of dying under that sword. He immediately grabbed with both hands, directly stimulating all the potential of this body. With a loud roar, he punched out. Boom! A circle of sword chi spread out at the point of collision between the two forces. Lu Congzi felt that his arm was torn apart by the sword chi, and his skin and flesh were torn open. He grimaced in pain as if he had been cut by 10,000 swords. Bang! The giant ape-like body was instantly sent flying, and his entire arm was almost crippled. Not only that, but the meridians in his body were also shot in by the sword chi and broke in more than a dozen places. How is that possible? It's impossible. Lu Congzi was immediately frightened as he looked at Yunxiao, who was approaching him step by step. The madness and hatred in his eyes and the terrible sword in his hand could actually hurt him to this extent without even having a shape. What's with this sword? What the hell is going on? Lu Congzi was scared out of his wits and lost all will to fight. He hurriedly shouted and fled behind him. Originally, his strength as a half-step Saint Fiend was enough to fight Yunxiao. Plus, in the main battlefield of the Supreme Emperor City, a large number of demonic creatures were rushing over, so he had a good chance of winning. Unfortunately, he had underestimated his enemy and been too smug earlier, so he was wounded by Yunxiao's sword. In addition, he was not a martial artist, so he did not have the courage and fighting will of a martial artist. He only had the obsession and madness of an alchemist to study and transform everything. Yunxiao endured the great backlash caused by the floating and consolidating equipment master and said with a grin, "Although you've obtained the body of a half-step holy demon, you're still a pathetic, laughable, and hateful weakling. How dare you?" Lu Congzi was shocked and furious. "What right do you have to comment on me? If I'm a weakling, then what are the thousands of strong people who died because of me? I'm not qualified to judge you," Yunxiao sneered. "I'm not qualified to judge you. What's there is only to send you to the end of your life, to put an end to your crimes." Lu Congzi retreated again and said in a panic, "Stop! Haven't you done any evil? Haven't you killed anyone? I'm afraid that the number of people who died in your hands is far more than mine." "I have indeed killed more people than you," Yunxiao said coldly. "But I did it for the world. For the entire world." "Haha, what a good reason. Even if you're kind and loyal, you've only killed tens of millions of people for your own selfish thoughts and peace of mind." Lu Congzi laughed angrily. "Or rather, you've killed tens of millions of people to fulfill your benevolence and righteousness. I'm only pursuing my own goals, and what's the essential difference between killing tens of millions of people and you? Do you think that you can claim to have accomplished 1,000 things just because you're the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader?" Yunxiao sneered. "No matter how sharp your tongue is, you won't be able to escape death today. Although I'm the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader, I don't dare to reveal my unparalleled achievements. However, killing you today can be considered as a small contribution to the realm of heavenly martial arts." The Master of Sinking suddenly condensed into the shape of a sword, turning into a physical sword that he held in his hand. A pure metallic aura immediately appeared in his palm. He held it very firmly, and his heart felt a peace that he had never felt before. An unprecedented, Vast power swirled around him, shaking the entire Imperial Extremity City. Not good! Run! Lu Zongzi roared and ran away madly. The sky was also constantly rumbling, accompanied by thunder and fire. Yunxiao's sword momentum rose, turning into a white rainbow that pierced through the sun and shattered the void. Star Sword Slash. A streak of white light streaked across time and space. The entire Imperial Extremity City was split into two by this sword. The sword chi in front of him instantly slashed at Lu Zongzi's body, and it was as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart. Lu Zongzi's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he exploded with a bang, turning into pieces. All the dust turned into the most primitive demonic chi and was blown away by the wind. Finally, it dissipated into the endless earth, completely disappearing without a trace. The affairs of the world flow like water, and a dream comes to life. A majestic plan, a blood feud, all it takes is a song to end it. Yunxiao looked at the demonic aura that Lu Zongzi had turned into, which had gathered and scattered like smoke, leaving no trace on the ground. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and put away the master sinking ship in his hand. With Lu Zongzi's death, the demon lords who had been restrained by him twitched in pain and completely lost their combat strength, wailing miserably. The people of the Kuan tribe looked at him with pity on their faces, not knowing what to do. "Kill them all," Yi said in a deep voice. "It'll be a release for them." The weaker barbarian tribesmen watched from afar, not daring to get close. In particular, Yunxiao's sword strike, which had directly split the heaven and earth and split the Imperial Extremity City in two, made everyone even more terrified. Wei Qing was also shocked. He was still fighting with Xianxia and the others. Every time he caught one, he would stuff it into the yin and yang qi bottle. Soon he caught all of them. With Lu Zongzi's death, a ball of flame slowly emerged not far in front of him, which then turned into a phoenix and then condensed into the shape of Hua Qianshu. He rushed over and knelt in front of Yunxiao, sobbing and saying, "Master!" Yunxiao was in a bad mood, but when he saw that Hua Qianshu was safe and sound, he felt a little better. He quickly reached out his hand and said with a smile, "You may rise." Hua Qianshu refused to get up. She was forcefully dragged by Yunxiao, and only then was she able to stand up with great difficulty. Her face was already covered in tears. "It's good that you're back," Yunxiao said. "I'm glad you're back." Hua Qianshu had been holding back her tears, but after hearing this, she burst into tears again. Following Lu Zongzi's death, almost all the higher-ups of the barbarian tribe were killed. Xianxia and the others were also captured. The entire situation in the Imperial Extremity City had been completely odd. The remaining middle and lower-level demons were not a threat at all. The church sent a few powerhouses over to manage and incorporate all of them. At this point, there was no one in the 8 central tribes that could resist the Yuan and Yuan tribes. The rest was only a matter of time. As long as they were given a certain amount of time, they would be able to truly unify the central region. "Lord Li," the judge looked at Yunxiao and said, "Are we really going to the ancient realm next? We don't know whether Mopu and Lu Qi are dead or alive," Yunxiao said. "We can only prepare for the worst and destroy the ancient realm first. If Six-Winged really does return one day, we'll be able to face him in our strongest state." "That's true," the judge sighed. "The fact that Six-Winged doesn't die has always been a knot in my heart. I'm afraid I'll die in his hands sooner or later." "The heavenly martial realm is the same," Yunxiao said. "It's the same in the heavenly martial realm. If he were to unify the devil world, he would be in big trouble. Back then, he was injured by a true dragon, yet he retaliated with his entire resentment on one world. He's so narrow-minded that no one else in the 2 worlds can compare. The 6-winged swan and I has already appeared?" Suddenly, a soft and gentle voice rang in Yunxiao's ears. Yunxiao was slightly surprised, but then he could not help but look happy. A white light flashed between his eyebrows, and a woman's figure appeared in front of him. The moment the woman appeared, she seemed to be extremely uncomfortable. She cried out in pain and her body was unstable. Yunxiao was taken aback. He hurried forward to help her up and cast an enchantment around her to block the power of the devil realm as much as possible. Only then did the woman's face turn red, and she nodded. "Many thanks, young master." The others all revealed strange expressions. They seemed to have never seen this woman before. Wei Qing and Xiao Hong were also stunned. "Lady Rowei, you're too polite," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You can just call me Li Yunxiao. I have a good relationship with Princess Water Fairy and Lord Poron, the Sea Emperor." "Li Yunxiao." Rowei muttered it a few times and smiled. "You were the one who saved me, right?" This woman was the Sea Emperor's wife. After taking the heavenly fate creation pill that day, she had been sleeping in the divine realm tablet and had not woken up. For some reason, he had woken up and heard the conversation between Yunxiao and the judge. Yunxiao gave a brief introduction to the crowd. The judge and the others were all confused, and it was only then that Wei Qing and Xiao Hong realized what was going on. Ro Wei's brows moved. She looked around and said in surprise, "This is the devil world." "That's right." Yunxiao nodded slightly. "You have a good eye, my lord." Ro Wei was shocked and quickly began to calculate. Yunxiao knew that she, like Duanmu Yoyu, had inherited the 100 will not, and was very good at divination. Thus, he remained silent and waited for her to make her deduction. After a while, Ro Wei's face turned ashen, and the light in her eyes dimmed. All that was left was a long sigh. "Your Excellency," Yunxiao said with a wry smile, "I'm guessing what you're thinking. I wonder what he calculated. If it's good or bad, you should tell everyone, otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable." Ro Wei nodded gently. "I just heard about the appearance of six-winged," she said. "I did some calculations and found that the heavenly fate has not changed. I'm afraid the realm of heavenly martial arts will still be destroyed by six-winged in the end." When the people in the surroundings heard this, their expressions immediately changed. The judge and the others were confused. They couldn't help but smile sarcastically. The faces of Wei Qing, Xiao Hong, and Yunxiao all changed. Because Yi and the others had never seen a prophecy before, they naturally felt that it was absurd, but Yunxiao and the others did not. "Are you sure that six-winged is not dead, my lord?" Yunxiao asked in a deep voice. "Are you sure that he is not dead? Then what about Mopu?" Ro Wei shook her head and said, "Mopu's strength is too strong. I can't divine it. I can't even calculate the life and death of six-winged. I only peeked at Tianjiui, and it's still on the established track without any changes." And this result was passed down by the line of self-divination, which was the destruction of the six-winged world, and the heavenly martial arts realm no longer existed. Yunxiao's face darkened. "So Lu Qi is indeed not dead," he said. "He's not dead. Based on this conclusion, he'll most likely be able to reach the Lord of 1,000 worlds." Everyone in the church was also shocked, but the church forced a smile and said, "Haha, Lordly, you believe this person's nonsense? There's no evidence at all. It's just nonsense." Yunxiao ignored him and said to Ro Wei, "Since you are from the lineage of Lord Bai Shu Yui, do you have any way to deal with it?" "Young Master Yunxiao, you think too highly of me," Ro Wei said with a bitter smile. Yunxiao looked irritated. "Don't tell me you really believed it?" Jian Jia asked. "The divination families in the heavenly martial realm," Yunxiao said. "Unless it is a heaven that cannot be occupied, anything that can be seen is the heavenly Tao. There's such a thing." Richard was dumbfounded and started to worry. If the six-winged clan could destroy the heavenly martial arts realm in the end, then it could certainly unify the devil realm. Then his life would be in danger. What should we do? Originally, he had been secretly happy and smug about annihilating the barbarian tribes and unifying the 8 central tribes. But now all of that was gone. His heart was heavy. This damn pervert. Yunxiao cursed. He was just schemed against back then, and he hates his hometown so much. Wouldn't it be fine if he just killed Luanyu and the others? Even if it doesn't work out, he can still kill me. Why would he want to spread his hatred to the entire world? Ro Wei shook her head with a bitter smile. Lu Qi isn't that kind of person. According to the notes, he's meticulous and astonishingly talented. He's rarely been a match for anyone since ancient times. In the end, Luanyu and the others were jealous and had a conflict with him. After killing Wanling, he was also injured by Luanyu and escaped into the devil world. And according to the divination and analysis of my ancestors, the reason for their conflict was because of one thing. An item? Something that Luanyu and Six-Winged covet? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Is it the Divine Realm Tablet? Ro Wei shook her head and said, It's not the Divine Realm Tablet. This was an item that was related to the fate of a world. If the heavenly Tao could not be changed, this item would eventually fall into the hands of Six-Winged. It was originally an extremely secretive matter, but now I can tell you about it. What exactly is it? Wei Qing asked. I don't know. Ro Wei shook her head. However, some of the ancestors seem to have calculated it before. According to the records, that ancestor exhausted all of his lifespan and turned into bones in an instant. Yunxiao frowned. So mysterious? He asked. Was there anything else in the heavenly martial arts realm that even Six-Winged and Luanyu coveted? It seems I'll have to ask Luanyu about this matter. Ro Wei was filled with worry. There doesn't seem to be much time left. Let's find Luanyu and ask him what that thing is. Perhaps there's still a way to save it. Let's not waste any time. Yunxiao nodded. We'll go back to the heavenly martial realm now. The referee was shocked and said, Go back. What about the Arceus region? I'll leave the battle in the ancient realm to you, Yunxiao said. Lord Yuan and Lord Yuan. The Arceus region has always been a mysterious place, Yi said in deep voice. Our tribe and the Kuan tribe have suffered great losses in this battle. I'm afraid that we'll be sending ourselves to our deaths if we're not enemies of the Arceus region. Although Yuan's strength was tyrannical, she was seriously injured and could not recover in a short period of time. I'm very worried that I'm the only demon venerable. If you fail to conquer the Arceus region, it will not be a good thing for the realm of heavenly martial arts. Yunxiao was also put in a difficult position. What the judge said was true, and he did want to find Luanyu as soon as possible to understand what happened back then. If that's the case, then I'll stay behind and help you, Wei Qing suddenly said. You're staying? Both Yunxiao and the judge were taken aback. Wei Qing nodded and said, I'm currently cultivating demonic techniques, and with the rainbow stone in my body, I've completely adapted to the demonic realm. Even if the war in the Arceus region had not happened, I would have stayed in the devil realm to cultivate if the heavenly martial arts realm was fine. That's great. Yunxiao was overjoyed. That's great. The referee had no choice but to agree. Although Yunxiao seemed to be missing his greatest help, it was still good to keep Wei Qing, which was better than him fighting alone. Let's not waste any time, Yunxiao said. Let's use the teleportation formation of the barbarian tribe. Where is the nearest crack? I'll arrange this, the referee said. He immediately summoned his subordinates and made arrangements for this matter. The referee's face was filled with faint sorrow as he stepped forward and said, Lord Li is going back? I wish Lord Li a safe journey. When will you return to the devil realm? Now, the crux of the problem between the two worlds lies with Six-Winged, Yunxiao said seriously. As long as Six-Winged is killed, the two worlds will be at peace. At that time, whether it's the heavenly martial realm or the devil realm, you or me, we can come and go as we please. I can also go to the realm of heavenly martial arts? The referee was stunned. Of course you can. Yunxiao laughed. Why not? Then can I withstand the realm power of the realm of heavenly martial arts? He asked. There are many ways to resist the power of the realm, Yunxiao said. It's not a problem. Then let's work hard to kill Six-Winged, Yi said suddenly after some thought. I want to go to the realm of heavenly martial arts in the future. Her smile was very bright. Yunxiao was also deeply influenced by his words. After the two realms are at peace, you can come to the realm of heavenly martial arts. N. The man nodded heavily and watched Yunxiao leave with a reluctant expression. Xiao Hong watched silently from the side. Naturally, she had seen more than Yunxiao. She did not have a good impression of Yi, but now that her resentment had disappeared, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Wei Qing took Xianxia and the others out of the yin and yang air bottle one by one. They had all been knocked out by him, and he handed them all to Yunxiao. Both Yunxiao and Hua Qianshu's faces turned ugly, especially when Hua Qianshu saw Yang Di. She even called out to him a few times sadly. "Master, you must save them," Hua Qianshu said. After taking everyone into the Divine Realm tablet, Yunxiao sighed and said, "I'll try my best." In fact, he was not confident at all, and he did not have the time to study the rescue technique. He could only return to Yanwu and leave it to AI. Furthermore, the ancestor of the demon race, Lu Qi, had become the devil's head, becoming the biggest problem between the two worlds. He didn't know if he should tell the demon race. If the demon race knew about this, who knew what kind of commotion they would cause? The judge quickly found the middle level of the barbarian tribe, determined the location of the crack, and then ordered someone to take Yunxiao there. There were a total of 2 demons, one from the barbarian tribe and the other from the Kuan tribe. The barbarian demon led the way through the teleportation formation and arrived at an uninhabited wilderness. They began to fly at a high speed. After more than a month, they finally arrived at a deep mountain. There was an extremely powerful aura coming from it, and it was obvious that a large number of demons were entrenched there. The barbarian expert's face paled, and he did not dare to go down. After finding out the location, Yunxiao dismissed the 2 and asked them to go back to report, while he and Xiaohong went on their own. Although there were powerful demons in the mountains, they posed no threat to the 2 of them. He quickly found the crack and went through it. After passing through a long tunnel-like space, the 2 of them finally appeared in a dark place. Yunxiao looked around and could not help but sigh in his heart. This was the place where he had fought with Lu Zongzi and the demonic monarch for the first time. Now that he was back on the journey, he couldn't help but be filled with emotions. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. He flew away and quickly arrived at the well. Yunxiao flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot out. With a bang, it shook thousands of feet in front of him, turning into several streams of light that spread out like a spider web. It was the barrier that Ling Moody had set up with the 9 Palace Talisman. After all these years, the power of the runes had weakened a lot, and it could not stop him at all. Yunxiao stepped forward and glanced around. He chose the weakest node, then tore it open with both hands, creating a crack as tall as a man, and walked over. After passing through it, the crack closed up on its own, but the power was much smaller. Not far from the ancient Devil's Well, a floating island was slowly moving in the wind, but the distance it circled was fixed, and it was impossible to leave. There were many warriors on the island, about 100 of them, most of them meditating. In the main hall, a blue-robed man was waiting for something. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared from outside the door. The one in front was a handsome young master with an extraordinary appearance. Behind him was a woman in a palace dress with her eyebrows raised. The young master entered with a smile and cupped his fists. "Brother Wudi, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The man in the blue robe was Chen Wudi, and he said hurriedly, "So, it's Brother Chen Feng. Haha, you're finally here. I can finally return to Yanwu." His expression suddenly changed as he looked at Chen Feng. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Brother Chen Feng has reached the deity realm." When his gaze once again fell on Liang Yui behind him, his expression became even uglier. "Yui has also entered the god realm." Liang Yui chuckled and said, "It's just luck." Young Master Wudi was also at the peak of 9-star and was unrivaled. He was only a fine line away from the immortal level. "I see that young master is in such a hurry to return, most likely to break through this barrier." Chen Wudi sighed and said, "Yui has a good eye. That's right." "Don't worry, Brother Wudi," Chen Feng said. "Yui and I will take over this place. There's no need to worry." Chen Wudi nodded and said, "After all, it's the ancient Devil's Wells crack. It's the easiest one out of all the big cracks. With the 9 Palace Talisman that Lord Mudi set up back then, it's very difficult for the devil to escape." Chun Feng's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Good luck. I hope I can see you at the godly state when you take over my position in a year. By the way, I'll tell you something else. Qian Duoduo reached the immortal state half a year ago, 2 months earlier than me. What? Qian Wudi was taken aback, and his expression instantly turned dark. The veins on his fist bones were bulging. Talents have emerged in large numbers in the past few years, and there are countless powerhouses who have entered the godly state. After all, the world's environment has changed, and it is no longer the heavenly martial arts realm of the past. The three of them were all emotional. In the past, even peak 9-star cultivators were powerful and respected by countless people, let alone immortal state cultivators. And in the past few years, Yanwu has developed a large number of various pills, said Liang Yui. More and more experts have reached the immortal state. If we don't work hard, we'll be eliminated by the times. It's been a few years since the battle at the Red Moon City, Qin Feng said with a sigh. I don't know what happened to Yunxiao after he went to the Devil Realm, and I don't know if he can come back. Qian Wudi's pupils shrank and he snorted coldly. With his fate, I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to die. Who knows what he's doing in the Devil World? With a wave of his hand, a golden light shot out and he said, I'm going to the floating city. He couldn't bear it any longer, and he hoped to return to Yanwu as soon as possible to break through to the immortal state. Yes, I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have improved a little. Chun Feng took the token and smiled. Suddenly, the smile froze on his face, as if he was a little stiff and stunned. His shocked eyes stared at the door of the hall, where two figures were leaning against it. Li Yunxiao, Qin Feng, Liang Yui, and Qian Wudi were all dumbfounded as they stood in the hall in a daze. Xiao Hong and the others also knew the beautiful figure behind Yunxiao. Yunxiao's eyes were smiling as he said, Are you going back to Yanwu? I'm also on my way back. Let's go together. It's really you, Qian Wudi cried out in shock, unable to recover from his shock. Chun Feng's expression changed. He immediately cupped his fists. Greetings, Alliance Master. Liang Yui and Qian Wudi also came back to their senses and immediately said respectfully, Greetings, Alliance Master. Yunxiao smiled wryly. You're too polite. You don't have to be so formal. Let's go. Qian Wudi hurriedly led the way in front and brought the two of them out of the hall toward the teleportation formation on the sky-floating island. Chun Feng stared blankly at the figures of the few people leaving. His shocked face began to ripple as he muttered to himself, The Alliance Master is back. I'm afraid the trouble is about to begin. Liang Yui grabbed his hand and immediately felt cold sweat. She couldn't help but clench it and comfort him. The storm will come sooner or later. I saw that the Alliance Master's expression was calm, so I think he should have a plan in mind. Are you confident? Why do I feel like he's always so expressionless? Chun Feng smiled bitterly. It's as if he rarely changes his face. But no matter what, I'm afraid the realm of heavenly martial arts is going to be lively again. I'm not used to it without him for these 2 years. A few hours later, a teleportation light lit up in Yanwu, and Qian Wudi and the other two walked out of the array. With a sweep of his divine sense and sensing the familiar scene in the city, Yunxiao could not help but be filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, Yanwu seemed to be much larger than when he left. A guard walked up and cupped his fists. So it's Lord Wudi. You must have returned from the ancient devil's well-floating island, right? Please go this way to complete the return procedures. Yunxiao looked around and found that the teleportation area was rather unfamiliar. It should have been built after he went to the Devil Realm. Even the floating island in the ancient Devil's Well didn't have one. In addition, all the teleportations between the floating islands and Yanwu were unique, with extremely strict procedures. Because these floating islands were important areas in Yanwu to monitor the cracks, no one was allowed to be careless, and anyone who entered the passage had to go through strict procedures. The guard was holding a jade tablet in his hand, and he seemed to be reviewing Qian Wudi's handover process. Suddenly, his face changed as he stared vigilantly at Yunxiao and Xiao Hong and snapped, Lord Wudi? What's going on with these two? During the handover process, it seemed to have only indicated that you were returning to the city alone, but it didn't say that you were bringing any attendants. The stern voice immediately alerted the guards around him. Yunxiao immediately sensed that there were more than a dozen people hiding in the dark, all staring at him and Xiao Hong with their divine senses. They were probably going to attack at any moment. Follower Swan Ni Chen Wudi was a little depressed. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, pointed at Yun Xiao and said, "You guys don't know him?" The guard was taken aback. He gave Yun Xiao a few looks and murmured, "He looks familiar, Ingluo." The guard's face turned cold and he shouted, "But no matter who it is, if they want to teleport between the floating island and Yanwu, they must be registered and approved. Otherwise, they will be considered a serious violation and must be dealt with according to the city rules." The guard raised his hand and waved it down. The experts hidden in the surroundings immediately appeared and surrounded Chen Wudi and the others. The corner of Chen Wudi's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. "Then you guys can take these two away." Yun Xiao smiled wryly. These were all elite guards who did things strictly, and he admired them very much. Afraid that there would be any conflict, he took out a token and raised it, saying, "I am the Lord of Yanwu and the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. This is my token." The surroundings quieted down in an instant. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. The leading guard's face suddenly changed and he cried out, "City Lord! You are indeed the City Lord. Why does it look so familiar to me?" Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This subordinate's eyes were bad. "I hope City Lord can forgive me." The dozen or so experts were in an uproar. They were all dumbfounded and immediately bowed down one by one. "You've been loyal and diligent," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "What crime are you guilty of? There's no need to be like this. All of you can rise." A few hours later, the news of the city lord's return spread throughout the city. For a time, the streets and alleys were filled with intense discussions about this matter. In the past few years, Yanwu had developed at a tremendous pace, and with the overall improvement of its strength, everyone's confidence had also swelled. They were no longer afraid of the demon race, but were instead filled with all kinds of eager emotions. Outside the city lord's mansion, a monster race woman slowly walked up the steps to enter the main hall. The golden-armored guards on both sides extended their hands to stop him. The monster race guard behind the woman's back turned pale and shouted angrily, "How audacious! Don't you recognize Lord AI?" "Of course," the golden-armored guard on the left replied with an apologetic smile. "At least, the city lord has just returned from the demon realm and is discussing matters with several lords. He has ordered that no one is to disturb him." The monster was furious and waved his hand. "Since it's a meeting, when has Lord AI's share been left out? Quickly get out of the way to avoid being punished in the end. All the officials who were in charge of the meeting have already gone in. Not only is the door of the main hall closed, but the restrictive spell has also been activated to prevent others from entering," the guard said with a troubled expression. The monster guard's face darkened and he said coldly, "What? You mean you're going to guard against us?" The golden-armored guard was forced into a corner and didn't know what to do. He looked at AI Hui for help. AI took a look at the hall, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "Actually, I didn't come here for anything. I was just wondering if Lord Alliance Leader has really returned. Of course I'm back. I saw it with my own eyes." The golden-armored guard replied hurriedly. "It's good that you're back," AI said with a smile. His smile immediately infected the two golden-armored guards, making them feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. AI Hui was a stunning woman to begin with, and her status was high. The two guards were so nervous that their faces even turned red. The monster guard was still filled with anger. "Lord AI, Li Yunxiao is obviously a coward. All right, that's enough. Let's go back." AI laughed lightly, turned around and said, "Since you didn't call me, there must be something you don't want us to get involved in. This is a small matter. Why are you so angry?" The monster was stunned for a moment and quickly lowered his head in shame. "It's my fault, Lord AI." The two golden-armored guards watched the two of them walk away and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The matter just now could be a big or small one. If it was blown up, people would think that they were discriminating against the demon race. Now, the demon race had been recuperating for the past few years and had gradually become stronger. Although they lived in peace with the human race in Yanwu on the whole, there had gradually been some friction. Lord AI is so affable and so beautiful, a golden armored guard sighed. The other person also nodded and agreed. Fortunately, it's Lord AI. If it was Lord Demon Emperor, I'm afraid it would be troublesome. The golden armored guard from before said in a low voice, every time there's a high-level meeting, the demon race will participate. Why did the city lord refuse to let the demon race in when he returned this time? Is there some secret? The other man's expression changed. With a dong sound, he knocked on the other man's head and scolded. Just do your job as a guard and don't meddle in other people's business. Are we allowed to participate in this discussion? Be careful not to be heard. The first person's expression also changed slightly. He became somewhat alert and no longer said anything. At that moment, in the Great Hall, Xianxia had indeed summoned all the high-level officials in the city for a meeting. Although Chu Hongyan and Feini had followed Xianxia to the Devil Realm, they had been in the Divine Realm tablet and had not come out even once. The two of them cultivated diligently. Chu Hongyan had also reached the peak of the ultimate void stage. She planned to go into seclusion after the meeting if there was nothing else to do, hoping to enter the creation realm. Because of its relationship with Xianxia, Xiao Hong had also become special and attracted the attention of the crowd. Xiao Hong is already a member of the Heavenly Martial Union, Xianxia said awkwardly. She saved my life in the Devil Realm. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Is it the Heavenly Martial Union or Husband's People? Feini blinked and smiled. Xianxia was rendered speechless, and Xiao Hong's face was flushed with embarrassment, and even a hint of anger could be seen on her face. Sister Feini, don't mess around. Look at the situation now, Chu Hongyan said. Feini stuck out her tongue, which resolved the awkwardness between Xianxia and Xiao Hong. Xianxia looked down at the familiar figures and sighed. It's only been 3 years, but it feels like a lifetime. I'm very pleased to see that everyone's cultivation base has also improved. The people seated were all core members of the Heavenly Martial Union and Mysterious Separation Island. Shen Yuanyao, perfected Lord Mengling, and Nanxiu Yu were also present. However, if he didn't see Ao Chongkong and Li Huaqi, he was afraid that they would want to live in seclusion and would never come out of the mountain. Yifan was also present. He was nervous and happy as he sat below. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he remembered Noah's ship. The restrictions on it were too dense, and he could not crack them one by one unless he broke them by force, but he was afraid that he would destroy the information inside. It seemed that he would have to find Yifan after the meeting. When Yifan saw Yunxiao looking at him, he hurriedly stood up and saluted respectfully. I haven't seen you for many years, Yunxiao said with a smile. You've finally become a powerhouse of your generation. May I know where your ancestor, Yi Qingyu, is? Yifan cupped his fists. Lord Ancestor has been in closed-door cultivation since the year before last. I wonder when he will come out. Closed-door training? Yunxiao was taken aback. I wonder what realm Lord Yi Qingyu is trying to reach. Usually, they would only go into seclusion and fight to the death when they encountered a major obstacle. Light flickered in Lingmu Di's eyes. Yi Qingyu is trying to break through to the Jiawang realm this time. King of the realm. Everyone was shocked by his words. All kinds of expressions appeared, but most of them were surprised. What do you think? Yunxiao was overjoyed. Are you confident? Lingmu Di laughed bitterly and sighed. Who can say they are confident in breaking through to the realm of regional king? He was also fighting to the death. However, after preparing for so long, I can see that he still has some confidence. Although he was confident, Yunxiao could tell that he was not very confident. Shen Yuanyao's face was full of envy as he said, if there's a chance, it'll be worth it even if I have to use my life to exchange for it. He knew that his strength had been stagnant for a long time, and it was difficult for him to make any progress. Every time he thought about it, he sighed. You don't have to sigh, Lord Shenyuan, Yunxiao said with a smile. This kind of thing depends on fate to a large extent. Maybe when the opportunity comes, we'll succeed. Shen Yuanyao knew that Yunxiao was trying to comfort him, so he smiled and did not say anything. It's rare for everyone to gather here, said Lingmu Di. Alliance Master, Please tell us in detail about your trip to the Devil World. We'll also have a better understanding of the Devil World and the current situation. Yuanxiao nodded, then began to explain in detail how he had entered the Devil Realm. Of course, he didn't tell them everything. He told them what he thought he could explain. After about 6 hours, he finally finished telling the story. Everyone's heart trembled when they heard this, and their faces were filled with horror. Lingmu Di was also stunned for a long time. He knew that Yuanxiao would surely gain a lot in this trip to the Devil World, but he had never dreamed that he would cause such a big trouble and gain so much. However, what followed was a deep worry. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a needle. Only the soft sound of breathing could be heard. Yuanxiao waited for a while, but no one said anything. He could not help but laugh and say, "What, are you all helpless about the future?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Tian Zhaozi was silent for a long time before sighing. "The news that Alliance Master brought is too shocking. We can't come back to our senses for a while." Lingmu Di nodded. "You're right, Master Amaterasu. I'm also a little confused for a moment. I wonder what Alliance Master's views and countermeasures are." All the eyes in the hall were fixed on Yuanxiao, and their faces were like machines, devoid of any expression. Yuanxiao also sighed and said, "I'm also very frustrated. According to Lady Ro Wei's speculations, Six-Winged is most likely still alive. Furthermore, with his cultivation level as a Lord of 1,000 worlds, he could probably destroy an entire world." He didn't say his final speculation, which was that the heavenly martial arts realm was destroyed by the Six-Winged clan. Otherwise, it would be too much of a psychological burden for everyone. Ro Wei was sitting in the middle of Poron and Water Fairy. The three of them were holding hands, as if they had finally reunited after a long time. Their faces were filled with happiness, and they were not affected by the pressure at all. To Poron, being able to reunite with his wife was more important than anything else. As for the life and death of the realm of heavenly martial arts, it was naturally good if they could live, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. Furthermore, not many of the people present knew what the Lord of the 1,000 Realms meant. After Yuanxiao explained it to them, they opened their mouths wide and were completely dumbfounded. Lingmu Di said bitterly, "Previously, I had a headache thinking about Yuan, a saint demon. Now, the enemy has become an existence of a higher level. Even in the realm of heavenly martial arts, there was only one realm king, and that was Lord Jiu Yuan. If it's only Yuan, perhaps she can still deal with it." "Things change," Yuanxiao sighed. "No one can predict it. Yuan is almost our ally now." Everyone was sighing, feeling that the change was too fast. "There are no eternal enemies in the world," Lingmu Di said. "If Six-Wing dies, the conflict with Yuan will erupt again." "Yes," Yuanxiao said, "but that was a matter of the future. Furthermore, dealing with Yuan is much easier than dealing with Six-Winged." "Alliance Master, you don't intend to let the demon clan know about this?" Lingmu Di asked seriously. "We'll know sooner or later," Yuanxiao said. "We can't hide it, but I have to find an appropriate opportunity. I'll talk to AI and MO first to see their attitude." "That's right," Lingmu Di nodded. It would be difficult for them to accept so much information at once. The biggest problem now was, how strong was the Lord of the 1,000 Worlds? The Alliance Master and the Lord Celestial are the only ones who have seen it. "My lord, you're too polite. You can just call me Xiao Hong." Xiao Hong hurriedly stood up. Yuanxiao's face was a little unsightly as he shook his head and said, "It's extremely powerful. It directly pierced through a world. There's no way to resist it." "Don't be too desperate," perfected Lord Mengling said. The Alliance Master had said that from the conversation between Lu Qi and Mopu, the Demon Lord Monarch had also been a Lord of 1,000 Worlds. Didn't he also die in the realm of heavenly martial arts? Although luck played a huge part in what happened back then, it's not like there won't be new opportunities today. Yuanxiao nodded and said, "You're right, Lord True Monarch. What we need to do now is still to work hard in our cultivation and try our best to increase the strength of the middle and upper-class powerhouses. After all, they'll be the main force in the future battle." In Alliance Master's opinion, How long do you think it will take for Six Wing to recover from his injuries? Lingmu Di asked. I don't know. Yunxiao shook his head and said, I have no idea. However, with the current situation of the Devil World, once the situation changes, the Kuan tribe will definitely send someone to inform me. Not even 5 years, Ro Wei suddenly said. Is this time accurate? Yunxiao asked in surprise. How can it be so accurate? Ro Wei smiled bitterly. But this vague time period also includes the process of the Six-Winged Clan's great battle with the Heaven Martial Arts realm. Yunxiao was shocked. What Ro Wei meant was that there were only 5 years left, including the Six-Winged Heaven Destruction Martial realm. In that case, it would definitely take 5 years for him to recover. It was as if a heavy stone had been placed on everyone's heart. To them, 5 years' time was really too fast. In fact, they could even achieve it in one long period of closed-door cultivation. Yunxiao also felt cold sweat oozing out of his palms, and he was a little stunned. Thinking of the battle between MOPU and Six-Winged, the power that could break through a world, he felt a chill down his spine. Is there really no way to ease the relationship between the Six-Winged Clan and the realm of heavenly martial arts? Ling Moody asked. After all, this is his homeland. If we kill Yuri and Guishu, won't we be able to ease the tension? Ro Wei said. The fall of the era of true spirits seemed to be caused by a great war between the top true spirits to seize an item. However, only Luan Yu knew the exact situation. If we can find that thing, maybe we can, but Ing Luo? She wanted to say something, but the star path had already calculated the outcome, so this method didn't seem to work. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he said, It seems that the one who tied the bell has to untie the bell. Find the ruling plume and the ultimate first, and perhaps we can understand what happened back then. Perhaps he would be able to find a solution. Lord Mu Di, do you have any clues about these two people? Ling Mu Di shook his head. The Heavenly Martial League has been searching for them for the past 3 years. It seems to have quieted down. It's as if they have disappeared. Duanmu Yoyu hurriedly said, With the true dragon, Yuri definitely won't be able to remain silent. He's probably biding his time and waiting for an opportunity. True dragon. The coordinates in Yunxiao's spiritual ocean flashed, but they were still invisible. He used his spiritual power to check it out. With his current strength, he could erase the seal and see what was inside. Looks like I'll have to make some proper arrangements. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then said, It's unlikely that the demons will attack us with their army. The entire central tribe has almost been wiped out. We can still set up our defenses and monitor all the cracks, but we still have to focus on Six-Winged Clan. Can we consider using a killing formation to deal with them? If it's a killing formation, Tenzatzi said with a frown, of the 3 great killing formations of the ancient times, only the 12 divine beings killing formation and the great bliss of reincarnation formation have been passed down. The Great Rebirth Blissful Formation needs a lot of people to set it up, and it's even more powerful, so it might be suitable. It'll be more complicated if we have more people, perfected Lord Mengling said. Why don't we choose 12 people and focus on cultivating the 12 divine beings killing formation? I think it's more feasible. Senior Immortal's words make sense, said Ling Mu Di. But if there's only one enemy, we have enough manpower. It's not impossible to set up 2 formations at the same time. Perfected Lord Mengling frowned and said, If we were to set up the Great Rebirth Formation, it would be a human wave tactic to exhaust Lu Qi's power. It's almost impossible to kill him with this formation. That's my plan, said Ling Mu Di with a cold look in his eyes. We'll trap him with the great bliss of rebirth formation and drain some of his energy. Then, we'll choose 12 strong men to use the divine malevolent formation of the capital heaven. Everyone in the hall felt a chill in their hearts as they felt the tragic atmosphere. Chu Hongyan's face turned pale and she said, Lord Mu Di, do you mean to sacrifice the 900 people who set up the formation of paradise? You're going up against a master of 1,000 worlds, Ling Mu Di said indifferently. He was a powerful being who almost destroyed an entire world back then. Do you think no one will die? But Ing Luo Chu Hongyan still wanted to say something but was immediately interrupted by Ling Mu Di, who said slowly, Do you think that 900 people are too many? Do you know how many people died 100,000 years ago? Chu Hongyan's face turned pale. She didn't know how many people had died, but it was definitely more than 900. It was even possible that 10 or 100 times more had died. Ling Mudi glanced at her and said, I don't have the statistics, but it's at least 10,000 times, or even tens of thousands of times. Tens of thousands of times. The hall was filled with the sound of cold air twitching. It was equivalent to at least 10 million people dying in the Demon Sealing War 100,000 years ago. Ling Mudi looked at the crowd coldly and said, I didn't make as many preparations as I did now. To be honest, everyone's strength had improved greatly in the past few years. The power of the entire heavenly martial realm was not much different from 100,000 years ago, but Zhou Yuan was the only expert at the peak of the Jiawang realm. Back then, there were 4 who had come forward to resist the Demon Master. However, we're prepared for battle and are much more united than we were 100,000 years ago. The battle will definitely be extremely intense, but the outcome will be different. Lord Mudi is right, True Lord Mengling said. It's worth it to sacrifice 900 people. I'm willing to be one of them. All the cultivators present changed their expressions and requested to become a member of the formation. They would fight with their lives against the six-winged formation. Be quiet, everyone, Yunxiao said. Although 5 years is not a long time, it is not short either. We can make enough preparations. Lord Mudi will be the one to decide on the candidates. His face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with coldness. He looked at them one by one and said, I hope that everyone will do their best to cooperate with Lord Mudi in such a life-and-death situation. Since he had joined the Heavenly Martial League and enjoyed its resources, he could not afford to run away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Naturally not. Everyone immediately responded and said, if someone wants to retreat, we don't need the Alliance Master to do anything. We'll be the first to tear him apart. Yunxiao nodded. I wouldn't have cared if I hadn't joined the Heavenly Martial League. But, since I've sworn to join the League, I can't be willful now. That's how it should be. The hall was filled with voices of agreement. Lord Mudi, Yunxiao said, I'll leave the matter of the formation to you. Besides, I don't think it's enough to kill Six-Winged with just 2 formations. There must be other measures. I don't believe that I can't deal with him alone with the power of a world. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes, as if it had aroused the fighting spirit in their blood. Immediately, the gloominess in everyone's hearts was swept away, and they were all filled with fighting spirit. Ling Mudi smiled. Actually, we still have a good chance of winning. We know the Six-Winged clan's bottom line, but it doesn't know the situation in the realm of heavenly martial arts. In addition, there's still the extremely large tribes of the Devil realm at the forefront to fight for us. Yes, everyone said. We swear to protect the realm of heavenly martial arts with our lives. We swear to fight the Six-Winged clan to the death. Please don't spread this news to the public for the time being, Yunxiao said with a wave of his hand. We don't want to cause unnecessary panic. If there's nothing else, please retreat and make your own arrangements to prepare for the upcoming battle. Yes, yes, everyone replied in unison, then respectfully retreated. Only a few people around Yunxiao were left, including a few female confidants, Ling Mudi, Lord Mengling, the Sea Emperor, and a few people from mysterious Separation Island. Wait, Yunxiao suddenly called out. Yifan, you stay. Yifan was stunned. He stopped and stood at the side with a smile. After everyone had left, Yunxiao took out Noah's ship and handed it to him. Yifan's expression changed. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the golden battleship, crying, Ancestor? He's a coward. I don't know whether Lord Yinantian is dead or alive. Yunxiao shook his head and said, but this Noah's ship contains a lot of restrictions. I'm afraid something important is sealed inside, and I don't dare to break it by force. That's why I'll give it to you when we return to the realm of heavenly martial arts. Take a look and see what's inside. Yifan's expression became slightly better. He dragged Noah's ship over and examined it in his hands. Then he made a few seals, and his divine sense took form and entered the battleship. On the small golden boat, runes continuously lit up and disappeared in the air. They were gorgeous and dazzling. 2 hours later, Yifan slowly raised his head. 2 lines of tears fell from his bright eyes. Yunxiao and the others were taken aback, and they knew that this was not good. The Misty Rock Lord's face darkened. Yinantian is dead. The more Yifan wanted to hold back his tears, the more they flowed down. He said in tears, Noah's boat was thrown out by my ancestor with the last of his strength before he died in the hope that this boat could pass through the barrier between the 2 worlds and return to my hands. The hall was silent, and a faint sorrow flowed in the hall. What did Lord Yi Nantian record in it? Yunxiao asked in a deep voice. It should be something very important, right? If an expert was forced into a desperate situation, they would most likely choose to self-destruct their profound level weapon. With the power of the boat of Ruya, it should be able to take him down with it. However, Yinantian chose to use his last strength to send it out. It was a pity that it had finally fallen into Yunxiao's hands. The rest of the people also recovered from their grief and listened quietly. To them, life and death had long been indifferent. However, it was still inevitable for them to grieve over the passing of their friends. Yifan said, The information left behind by the ancestor is not complete, but it is indeed very important. It is about the secret of the demonic realm invading the heaven martial realm. He said that they wanted to obtain something called a coat of arms. Coat of arms. Everyone couldn't help but repeat it, their faces blank. Did it say what this coat of arms is? Lingmu Di asked. Yifan shook his head. I don't know. The ancestor himself didn't seem to know that he was killed by the devil's clone. From the looks of it, it should be Six Wings' clone. Six-wing doppelganger. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. If that's the case, he said. And Lord Yinantian has been spreading the news with all his might. It's probably true. This conclusion is in line with Lady Rowei's conjectures. Rowei nodded and said, But what exactly is a coat of arms? I've never heard of it either. She looked at the crowd, and everyone shook their heads. The most knowledgeable people in the realm of heavenly martial arts are basically all here, Polong said with a frown. Even we have never heard of them. How can we find those from the demon realm? The Misty Rock Lord looked at Yifan suspiciously. Did you hear wrong? Yifan said firmly, I'm definitely not wrong. Our ancestors were afraid that there was a mistake in the message they sent, so they directly branded these 2 words into the starship. I believe so, Yunxiao said. I'm sure it's true. In today's world, I'm afraid that the only one who knows what this coat of arms is the true dragon's feather. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard the name. We've lost contact with Luan Yu for so long, Lingmu Di said. I don't know where he is. I'm afraid he's preparing for the birth of the next generation of true dragon. He's dead, Yunxiao sneered. No matter how he prepares, he'll still die. Lingmu Di and the others nodded slightly. With the Heavenly Martial Union's current strength, unless Luan Yu had stepped into the realm of Regional King, he would definitely die. Where are the coordinates of the birth of the true dragon? Chu Hongyan asked. I haven't tried to spy on the coordinates by force, Yunxiao said. It will naturally appear when I arrive. However, it's better to read it by force for now so that we can make full preparations. The new generation of true dragons? Rowei asked softly. If a true dragon is born, it would mean that we have another world king, and will have a greater chance of dealing with six-winged. Without any hesitation, Yunxiao sent his spiritual power to the coordinates in his mind. The coordinates were like a shapeless cloud, floating in the sea of consciousness. At this moment, after being compressed, it slowly became bright. Soon, 3 numbers appeared in Yunxiao's mind. These are indeed space-time coordinates. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. The 3 coordinate tables represented the axis of the sky, the axis of the earth, and the time. Where is it? The few of them asked eagerly. Yunxiao smiled and said, There are still 6 months left. That's exactly half a year. Everyone, make your preparations. The next step is to kill the dragon. He avoided talking about the coordinates, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. 6 months? It won't be long. Who's needed? Lingmu Di said. Tell everyone to get ready. Every mission is so dangerous, Chu Hongyan said. To be safe, I suggest that all the masters above the ultimate void stage should go together. Fei and I and the rest also nodded. No, Yunxiao said. This will delay many people's cultivation. Our focus is still on the battle with Six-Winged in 5 years. At the very least, Hongyan, you have to go into closed-door cultivation now. Chu Hongyan's face changed slightly. Although she was unwilling, she knew that she could not be stubborn when she saw Yunxiao's firm determination. So she could only nod and say, Fei Yang, be careful. Yunxiao nodded. All those who need to go into seclusion stay behind. In fact, I can deal with Luan Yu alone. You can't. You're the commander of the next battle. Lingmu Di objected immediately. We can't let anything happen to you now. The birth of the true dragon is related to the appearance of a world king, so we must send an expert along. He looked around and said, Misty Rock Master Haofeng, can the two of you spare some time? No problem, Haofeng said. The Misty Rock Master also nodded. Lingmu Di said, May your wife please advise? The Misty Rock Master shook his head. She can't. She's also in closed-door cultivation. She's only a step away from the creation realm. Is your husband Jinjin? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Is he Jinjin? Ding Ling who had been standing obediently on the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. It's Gu Qing Qing. Ha! Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment, but then he cupped his fists and said with a smile, Congratulations, my lord. The Misty Rock Master laughed indifferently. Same to you. Ling Moody said, Since Lady Gu Qingqing is at a critical moment in her cultivation, it's indeed not appropriate to go. Then let the evil spirit go with the Alliance Master. After he took over the prison technique, he had always been very arrogant and often looked for people to compete. However, there are only a few who can defeat him. He's a good candidate, Yunxiao said with a smile. He's indeed a good candidate. After all, it was very difficult to improve the possessed body. It was a pity that Lu Qiu had a perfect creation body. If I improve further, I'll be able to break through to the Realm King realm. If one is inclined to the evil path, even if he is the Realm King, it will only be counterproductive, Ling Moody said. Let Meng Wu and Meng Bai go with you, True Lord Meng Ling suddenly said. Are they all right? Yunxiao was overjoyed. Are they both fine? Yes, perfected Lord Meng Ling nodded. I've been fine for a long time. I've also entered the immortal state after receiving the Kuang Yi Crystal Frost. They won't be of much help, but if they can participate in such a major event, it will be of great benefit to their future cultivation and life. All right? Yunxiao nodded. Let them go together. Feini frowned. I don't think it's appropriate. They'll need someone to protect them. It's fine, Yunxiao said with a smile. Yifan couldn't help but say, If Meng Wu and Meng Bai are going, I'd like to go too. However, if it will cause trouble for big brother Yunxiao, then forget it. You come too, Yunxiao said. You have Noah's boat and can help me more. If we encounter any danger, you can just watch from the starship. Good. Thank you, big brother Yunxiao. Yifan was excited, his hands were shaking. Then I'll go with them. I'll take care of these little kids on the battleship, said Feini. Your cultivation? Yunxiao asked worriedly. Your cultivation? Feini would definitely be the main force in the upcoming battle, and he was afraid that she would be affected. Don't worry. If I don't die, I'll probably have to stay in the creation realm for hundreds of years. How can it be so easy to enter the Realm King? All right, Yunxiao said after thinking for a while. Come with me. I'll go too, Xiaohong said. Yunxiao. Yunxiao nodded. You can go too. That's good, said Lingmu Di. Then let the Misty Rock Lord, Haofeng, Feini, Xiaohong, and Evil Spirit accompany you. Shen Yuanyao suddenly said, If you don't mind, I'm willing to go with you. To be able to witness the birth of a new generation of true dragons is a great blessing in life. Yunxiao was about to decline, but Lingmu Di said, That's great. With Lord Shenyuan, everything will be fine. Shen Yuanyao's cultivation base could no longer advance, and his seclusion would not have much effect. so it would be best if he could go with Yunxiao. Ling Mudi had thought of him before, but he was the descendant of the realm king, so it was not convenient for him to point out the general by force. Now that he had taken the initiative to volunteer, it was the best. With such a lineup, Yunxiao said with a wry smile, I'm afraid even 10 Yuri demons will be annihilated. Don't underestimate Luanyu, Ling Mudi said in a deep voice. To be able to survive for such a long time, he can't be an ordinary person. Don't worry, Yunxiao nodded. I'll be careful. Everyone, we will meet in front of the palace in 6 months. Shen Yuanyao and the others responded and left with cupped fists. My lord. Yunxiao looked at Ling Mudi and said, How are you now? Huodo's body has already adapted to it, said Ling Mudi. I wanted to accumulate it slowly before breaking through to the creation realm, but it seems that I can't wait any longer. How confident are you, my lord? Yunxiao asked, his heart throbbing. Ling Mudi smiled. I'm not sure, but we can't think too much about it now. There are still 5 years left. It should be enough. In that case, leave everything to Ling Yunxiao said seriously. My lord, you can go and cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. That's my plan as well. Ling Mudi nodded. But there are too many things on my plate. I can't free myself from them for the time being. Ding Ling hurriedly said, My lord, if you need anything, just give it to me. I'll do my best. I'll take it all. That's right, Yunxiao said in a deep voice. In the current situation, there's nothing more important than improving our strength in the short term. My lord, please don't meddle in these secular affairs. I'll remove you from your position as the vice city lord now and let Ling take over. Ling Mudi was taken aback. He did not expect Yunxiao to be so straightforward. He could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head and said, Then I'll hand over all the matters to Linger in the next few days and go into seclusion with peace of mind. You should have done so long ago, Ding Ling said with a smile. Yunxiao looked at her with a gentle gaze and said gently, Linger will have to work hard for the next few years. Ding Ling hurriedly bowed and said, Big brother Yunxiao, you're being too serious. This is the only thing I can do. Ling is already very guilty that she can't kill the enemy with the lords and sisters. Chu Hongyan stepped forward and took her hand. She smiled and said, Silly girl, what you've done is far better than what we've done. The operation and management of the entire Heavenly Martial League are all under your control. I'm afraid no one can compare to your contribution. Sister Hongyan, please don't say that. I'm scared. Ding Ling hurriedly said. Hongyan is right, Yunxiao said. Each of us is just doing our best. Only by making the best of our talents can we form a joint force and play our greatest role. Alliance Master, how do you plan to tell the Demon Clan about the Six-Winged Clan? Ling Mudi asked. I'll tell you, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. I'll tell you. I believe AI is a person who can distinguish right from wrong, and as for it should also make sense. Ling Mudi, on the other hand, looked worried. I'm afraid it's not that simple. After all, Six-Winged is the ancestor of the demon race, the mother that gave birth to all the demons. This bloodline and emotion are difficult to surpass. In my opinion, it's better to be prepared. If there's any change in the demon race, a cold light shot out from his eyes, and his killing intent was chilling. Everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. Yunxiao's face also turned unsightly as he said, It can't be to this extent, right? I don't want this to happen either, Ling Mudi said with a cold expression. This is just a possibility. Otherwise, with such a big variable in Yanwu, I'm afraid that something will go wrong in the battle against the Six-Winged Clan in 5 years. There's one more thing. Even if they're on our side now, can't we be sure that Six-Winged doesn't have a way to deal with them? It even directly contains the submission of the mother's body in the bloodline. What should we do then? When Yunxiao heard that, he felt his head throb. Furthermore, many of what Mu Lingdi had said could not be verified now. Once it was exposed when the War of the Two Worlds broke out, it was very likely to become a fatal wound. Ding Ling couldn't bear it and said, If you can't, can you lock them up first? You'll release them after the battle? Ling Mudi said, We'll have to see if Lord Alliance Master's Divine Realm Tablet can trap them. I won't feel at ease if you lock him up somewhere else in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Let me think about this matter, Yuanxiao said in a deep voice. Indeed, we can't go to the demon race so rashly. He began to hesitate. The others also felt the pressure and the change in the atmosphere. In particular, Ding Ling Er. In recent years, the demon race had developed rapidly. Although they lived in peace with the human race, there were still many conflicts that were reported to her. Every time, she would resolve it with the greatest patience, so her feelings for the monster race were also relatively deep. Thinking of the murderous look in Ling Mudi's eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. You can leave now, Yuanxiao said, waving his hand. I'll think about this matter carefully. Ling Mudi, Chu Hongyan, and the others all left one by one, knowing that he was making a difficult decision and could not help much. Yuanxiao looked at Xiao Hong and said, You can leave now. Find Ling Er. Let her make the arrangements for you. Xiao Hong was a little unwilling, but after some thought, she left obediently. Yuanxiao stood alone with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked quietly at the empty hall. All sorts of thoughts running through his mind in an instant. He stood there like a statue, not moving at all. A few days later, he slowly opened his eyes and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, in a corner of Yanwu, Yuanxiao emerged in the air with a flash of lightning and looked down. This was an expanded city, and all of it had been allocated to the demons to live in. He looked at the demons coming and going on the streets. They were talking and laughing, trading and rushing over. There were also many humans among them. It was a peaceful scene. Yuanxiao's figure flickered again, and he landed in front of a hall. The rules of the hall were much smaller than that of the main hall of Yanwu, and it was slightly more elegant. It was AI Hui's temporary residence. AI's status was not lower than Yi's, but because he did not care about the world and was respected, he did not live in the newly built Demon King's palace, but had his own palace. He glanced at the door and saw two demons standing on either side of him. They also saw him at the same time and revealed unkind hostility. One of the demons was about to scold him, but before he could speak, he blinked his eyes. It was as if he saw a flash of light and that person disappeared without a trace. This Ing Luo, the demon, was stunned for a moment. He looked at his companion beside him and said in a daze, Was there someone in Ingluo's room just now? He pointed ahead. His companion was also shocked. He nodded and rubbed his eyes. You saw it too? I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. How did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that the palace has been entered? The previous demon made a guess and was immediately frightened, his face turning ugly. That's impossible. Don't scare me. The companion seemed to be shocked as well. He shook his head and said, That's impossible. Although this person's movement techniques are astonishing, it's still impossible for him to pass through the two of us without us noticing. The monster from before thought for a while and also felt that it was impossible, so he felt relieved and said, Get your spirits up. Don't make any mistakes. While the two guards were scratching their heads in confusion, Yuanxiao had already entered the palace. It was very spacious inside, with intersecting corridors. He scanned the area with his divine sense and found himself in front of an exquisite courtyard. The person in the courtyard seemed to have sensed something and said in shock, Lord Alliance Leader? Yuanxiao smiled, cupped his fists and said, I hope Lord AI doesn't take offense at my presumptuous visit. The door of the courtyard was immediately opened by a demon girl, who stared at Yuanxiao curiously with her big eyes. Lord Alliance Leader, please come in. AI's voice was heard from inside. Only then did Yuanxiao step into the courtyard. There were rockery, flowing water, ancient vines, and stone pavilions in the courtyard, making it look antique. She wore a dark pink dress and stood in the middle of the courtyard. Her makeup was generous, and she was gentle and demure, just like a human woman. Ever since her identity had been exposed, she had maintained her daughter's appearance and was becoming more and more like a human. After all, few demons cared about their appearance, and women inevitably liked beauty. AI immediately came forward with a face full of joy and said with a smile, It's been 7 days since I returned to Yanwu. Lord Alliance Master finally remembered us demons. Yunxiao's heart stirred that AI Hui seemed to have a hidden meaning in her words. It also revealed another piece of information. With his current status, it seemed that his every move was being monitored and speculated. It seemed like he couldn't act as he pleased in the future and had to be more cautious. "I'm late," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I hope you don't blame me, Lord AI." AI smiled and invited him in. At the same time, he asked the monster girl to serve tea and water. "I wonder how did Lord Alliance leader's trip to the demon world go?" After the two of them took their seats in the small building, AI Dang immediately asked. She had been speculating about this matter over the past few days, and even the referee had come to meet her many times to discuss Yunxiao's attitude. The two of them thought about it for a long time and did not understand why the core meeting excluded the demon race. They had thought about all kinds of worse thoughts and plans one by one, but there was no result even after a long time. They also couldn't get any information, which put a stone on the two's hearts. There were even rumors that began to spread among the higher-ups of the demon race, casting a shadow over the entire demon race over the past few days, and they were somewhat in a state of constant fear. Yunxiao's arrival today really made AI Hui breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what the conclusion was, at least he didn't have to guess anything. There would be a result. Besides, AI had a vague bad guess in her heart, because Yunxiao had come to her first. Not she. The only explanation was that she was easier to talk to, and Richard's words might not work. It was clear that the matter was not simple. "I've gained a lot from my trip to the devil world," Yunxiao said bluntly. "But I've also encountered many difficult problems." Ai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to get straight to the point so quickly, so he quickly asked, "What's the problem?" Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then briefly told her about his trip to the devil realm and said, "The one we're facing now is that devil. I wonder if Lord AI has ever heard of the coat of arms?" AI's heart trembled when he heard this, and it took a while before he came back to his senses. "I've never heard of this item. I didn't expect Alliance Master's trip to the demon realm to be so turbulent. I wonder how we should deal with this? Although we're not sure if we can defeat the Fiend Lord of the Thousand Realms," Yunxiao said. The Fiend Lord's cultivation base was the same back then, but he still died in the heavenly martial realm in the end. So there's nothing to worry about. We just need to do our best. As for the outcome, it's up to fate. "That's right," AI nodded. At this moment, the girl had already prepared all kinds of wine. The two of them gently tasted it and were speechless. AI was a woman, after all, and her mind was not as deep as Yunxiao's. Finally, she could not help but say, "With all due respect, I wonder why the Alliance leader avoided us and held a secret meeting after returning to the city. Is there something wrong?" Yunxiao sighed in his heart. Finally, they had come to this topic. He turned his eyes to the little girl. AI immediately understood and ordered him to retreat. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense, and after making sure that no one was around, he sighed and said, "Lord AI, do you know who the devil head is?" Seeing his cautious look, AI Hui thought that he must have something shocking to say, but he didn't expect such a question. After a long pause, he said, "Isn't it just the devil head? He's a powerful existence of the demon race." "He's not a devil," Yunxiao said. "He's from the heavenly martial realm. 1,000,000 years ago, the battle with Yuri and the ultimate ended the era of true spirits. Since then, he has been seriously injured and has been recuperating in the devil world until now." "Ah!" The teacup in AI Huey's hand suddenly fell over, and his arm trembled so badly that he couldn't hold it steadily at all. Yunxiao looked at her quietly, because he knew that AI Dingran was at a loss at the moment. Looking at her almost paralyzed in the chair, even her mind was blank. After a long while, AI regained his senses and said with difficulty, "Are you sure?" "I'm 100% sure." Yunxiao nodded. "I'm 100% sure." AI's eyes were a little unfocused, and he was completely confused. "Lord AI," Yunxiao said, "you should know the seriousness of this matter better than I do. I know that Darren must be panicking at this moment, so I will quietly think about what to do next. I will strengthen the city's defense before we receive a definite answer. I hope that the monster race will not leave on their own to avoid unnecessary conflicts." AI was slightly surprised, knowing that Yunxiao meant to put his entire clan under house arrest. His handsome face was covered in sweat as he said weakly, "This buy-in, and I hope that Lord AI can think about this matter carefully before you discuss it with the Demon Emperor." Yunxiao continued, "I hope that you can consider it carefully. I'm afraid that the Demon Sovereign will be too impulsive and start a conflict with us. No one wants to see the result." AI put her hand on her heart and nodded with a pale face. It was obvious that this matter was beyond her imagination and responsibility, and she didn't know what to do for a while. "Although the demon race was born with 6 wings," Yunxiao said, "1,000,000 years have passed, and they have their own interests and prospects. However, Lu Qi was not the same as before. Everything had changed. He hoped that the demon race would make a wise choice. There's no point in me staying here any longer, so I'll take my leave first. If Lord AI wants to see me, I'm free to do so. I'll just inform Ling Er. I've removed Lord Mu Di from his position. Ling Er is in charge now." After that, he got up and left. AI couldn't even say any more polite words. It sat down powerlessly, one hand covering its chest, feeling unusually depressed. "My lord, what's wrong?" The little girl was outside, and when she saw Yunxiao leave, she came in. When she saw AI's appearance, she was immediately shocked. She hurriedly went forward to support her and said, "My lord, are you sick? I'll send someone to inform His Majesty." She thought that AI was sick and was immediately scared out of her wits. She didn't know what to do and immediately thought of informing the Demon Emperor. AI's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly grabbed her hand tightly. The little girl's arm was in pain, and her face showed a painful expression. AI stared at her and said in a serious tone, "Go and inform His Majesty immediately. Ask him to give an order that all the demons must stay in their territory and not go out at will." The little girl hurriedly nodded, and AI let go. The little girl rubbed her painful arm and said, "I'll go to the Demon King Palace now." "Go." AI waved his hand weakly. Then, he continued to lie limply on the chair, his entire body weak and feeble. A few days later, the entire city of Yanwu was on high alert. The sky above the demon race's territory seemed to be covered by a shadow, and the pedestrians on the streets became fewer. Moreover, they were all in a hurry, and few humans entered. Some of the higher-ups of the monster race had gloomy expressions on their faces. They stared at the sky from time to time, as if they felt that someone was monitoring them. The Demon King Palace and AI Huey's temporary imperial residence also began to become crowded with people, all of them looking gloomy and angry. However, the Demon Emperor and AI did not say a word, as if there was some hidden story that the entire demon race was keeping a secret. A violent aura was spreading in the monster race's territory. Although the negative emotions were growing under the strong restraints of MO and AI, they lived in peace. However, E and AI had visited Yunxiao several times during that time, and each time they talked late into the night, it seemed that they had parted on bad terms. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. On this day, according to the agreed time, Shen Yuanyao and the other experts gathered outside the main palace. Yunxiao, Dingling Er, and the others had been waiting there for a long time, and in just a moment all of them had arrived. There was Shen Yuanyao, the Mist Rock Lord, Hao Feng, Feini, Xiao Hong, the Evil Spirit, Duanmu Yoyu, Ro Wei, the Ocean Emperor Polong, as well as Yifan and Meng Wu. The auras of Meng Wu and her brother had undergone a tremendous change, and they now had the aura of a powerful expert. Meng Wu had become more and more charming over the years, so she greeted everyone in a natural and unrestrained manner. Meng Bai, on the other hand, had the spirit of a young man and looked much calmer, like a sword with a sharp edge hidden inside. The brother and sister looked at Yunxiao with excitement and gratitude. "I wish Brother Yunxiao and all the lords a victorious return." Ding Ling Er cupped her fists and said with a smile. Yunxiao gently tapped the tip of her nose and said with a smile, "I'll leave everything in Yanwu to you. As for the matters of the demon race, I'll leave it to you." He looked at perfected Lord Mengling and said, "I'll have to trouble Senior Immortal. Don't worry. Many people are in closed-door cultivation. However, the demon race would never dare to cause trouble. Otherwise, once they alert many powerhouses, they would be in an awkward situation. I hope this matter can be resolved perfectly, Yunxiao said with a long sigh. Everyone was also a little sad. After all, they had been getting along well all these years, and no one wanted such a thing to happen. It's all my fault, Yunxiao said with a smile. I've spread my emotions to you. Don't be sad anymore, let's go. Under the escort of Ding Ling the group of people entered the teleportation array. Several hours later, in a vast wasteland, a light flashed and the entire sky was filled with cracks. Soon after, a rumbling sound came from the space. The sky was torn apart and a group of people descended. Yunxiao took out the astrolabe and looked at it. It should be nearby. Duamu Yoyu calculated a few times and said in shock, "This is Wufu. It's the secret realm of the western region," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "It's the ancient miasma of smoke and clouds. Misty cloud, ancient shine." Everyone was stunned. They were no strangers to the 4 mystery lands of the realm of heavenly martial arts. "I've been to the ancient shine of smoke and clouds before, so there's nothing special about it," Hao Feng said. "Other than the astonishing spiritual energy and the fact that it's suitable for cultivation, it's only the beautiful scenery." "Amazing spiritual energy is enough," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It's enough. Besides, it's not easy to find a place where a true dragon is born on the heavenly martial continent. Except for the 4 seas, the only other place on the continent is the misty cloud ancient times." "That's easy," Hao Feng said. "We'll find the spatial node. We don't have to wait for it to open. We'll just tear space and enter." "No." Yunxiao shook his head and said, "Our mission is not to find the true dragon, but to stop Luanyu from destroying it. As long as they stood guard around the smoke cloud ancient shine and prevented him from entering, it would be fine. True dragons gather the essence of heaven and earth and will be born on their own. We don't need to find them." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. After their discussion, they began to search the astrolabe and quickly located the location of the smoke cloud ancient shine. A few hours later, he arrived at the place through the astrolabe and found that the surrounding environment was peaceful, and there was nothing special about it. Duamuyu calculated with his fingers and said with a frown, "It doesn't seem to be a normal opening time, but this matter can't be calculated with common sense." "Just in case," Yunxiao said, "I'll set up an array within 10,000 miles. We'll be able to sense it as soon as there's any movement." Everyone immediately split up. To them, the distance of 10,000 miles was just a matter of time. After the time for a few incense sticks to burn, all the arrangements were completed, and the crowd gathered around Yunxiao again. According to the astrolabe's detection and everyone's senses, this area was the place where the spatial nodes were the weakest. If Luanyu wanted to enter the misty cloud ancient shine, this was the most suitable place. According to the time given by Lord Baisher Yui, it should be this month, Yunxiao said. "I didn't specify the exact date." "Even so, it's already an impressive divination," Rowei said with emotion. The rest of the people nodded in agreement and revealed looks of respect. "We have to make sure that the true dragon comes into being smoothly," Yunxiao said. "Only then can our chances of winning be higher. Now that you're all fine, you can close your eyes and regulate your breathing in case anything happens. Based on my understanding of Luanyu, this is his last chance. Even if he dies, he will definitely appear." The group immediately sat cross-legged nearby and waited quietly. Time passed by slowly. Everyone was silent in their own cultivation, and there was no sound for several days. However, as everyone cultivated, the chi of heaven and earth they breathed in and out was astonishing. It formed a faint whirlwind in a radius of several thousand feet and scattered in all directions. Suddenly, Yunxiao felt an inexplicable irritation and an inexplicable depression in his heart. He suddenly opened his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the void and into the endless smoke and clouds. At that moment, Duanmu Yoyu's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. The golden star staff was erected by his side and seemed to swing slightly. The sound of golden rings colliding could be heard faintly. This immediately alerted everyone, and they all looked over. "What's going on?" Yunxiao said in a deep voice as he stared at the star staff. He felt an indescribable irritation in his heart, feeling that something was happening, but he did not know what it was. Duanmu Yoyu's face was slightly pale. A similar emotion filled his heart, but he could not capture it. He grabbed the star staff and slapped it with a few incantations. Then, a golden light appeared in the surroundings. Everyone could vaguely see a golden star map flickering inside, transforming into the stars in the sky. Be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Ro Wei's expression changed. Duanmu Yoyu's expression became abnormally serious. He continuously sent seals into the star map to spy on the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled. He was the closest to Duanmu Yoyu, so he could clearly feel the latter's vitality flowing away rapidly, and his dark hair was beginning to be dotted with white. "Young Master Yu," he hurriedly said, perhaps because he was frightened by Yunxiao's cry, or because he could not bear it any longer. Duanmu Yoyu coughed out a mouthful of blood. The golden color that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. The star map dispersed and all the light returned to the star staff. At this moment, Duanmu Yoyu's face seemed to have aged a lot. He grabbed the star staff and, without caring about his injuries, said anxiously, "Not good. There seems to be a change. Transform." Everyone was shocked and confused. They had been guarding this place all this time. Even if other spatial links came over, they would not be able to escape detection, let alone break in through this place. They really could not understand where the change came from. Yunxiao, who had also cultivated the true primordial mantra, seemed to sense something as well. "What do we do now?" Duanmu Yoyu's face turned pale. "It's very likely that Yuri has already entered the misty cloud ancient shine. We have to hurry over. Otherwise it will be too late," he said. "How is this possible?" Now even Yunxiao found it hard to believe. "I don't really understand either," Duanmu Yoyu said, "but that feeling is just that strong." "All right," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "Then let's go in now." Even though he did not have any reliable evidence, he chose to believe in Duanmu Yoyu's intuition, because he also had a faint sense of uneasiness. At their level, it was rare for them to have an illusion when it came to the perception of the world, let alone when it happened at the same time. "It's good to go in and take a look," Hao Feng said. "If we can find the Dragonized Pool, we can guard it by our side. Then we'll be even more worried." Yunxiao scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and immediately found a relatively weak spot. Then, he raised his hand, transformed the purple thunder into a blade, and cut into the node. The entire space was like a curtain that was slowly being torn apart by a sharp blade. Everyone's figures flickered and entered the hole. In the blink of an eye, the hole was closed again. "Alliance Master, quickly look." Shen Yuanyao was shocked and looked into the distance. There was a pitch-black passage that meandered all the way to the bright spot ahead. Luan Yu actually came in. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Looking at the source of the passage, it should be not far from them. "How is this possible?" Hao Feng said in horror. The others looked at each other in dismay, and Yunxiao was just as shocked. Even if Luan Yu had cultivated to the realm of a world king, he might not have such a divine ability to sneak in under their eyes. Shen Yuanyao said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, let's go." If Luan Yu was allowed to obtain the true dragon first, it would be a huge problem. And from the looks of it, we might have encountered a bigger problem than we expected. The group of people didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly turned into a ray of light and flew towards the light. At the end of the light, there was a beautiful world illuminated by colorful clouds. The sky was filled with multicolored light, connecting with the green grass on the ground. The spiritual chi was rich, but it was as thin as white mist. It slowly wandered between heaven and earth, making people feel relaxed and happy. Tens of thousands of miles away from the exit of the passage, for figures were flying quickly. They were 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men exuded extremely powerful auras. They were Yuri, Shi, and Yuan. The woman's face was cold, and her purple dress fluttered in the air. Her eyes were clear and cold. She was Ning Qiue, who had merged with the ultimate. The ultimate's eyes suddenly glinted with a cold light, and his body stopped. Luan Yu's expression changed when he saw her looking back. He said in shock, "They're here." The ultimate nodded. Luan Yu's face was gloomy. He snorted. "Didn't you say that your illusionary technique can pass off as real, turning illusionary into reality? They wouldn't be able to see through it even if they stayed for a year?" "That may be the case," the ultimate said calmly. "But the reason they entered may not be that they saw through something. Maybe he was just excited and wanted to come in and take a look. In addition, at our level, we can sense everything in the world. Do you think you can sneak into the dragon transformation pool without being discovered?" "Humph," he snorted. Luan Yu's face turned malevolent as he laughed sinisterly. "You came at a good time this time. With the two of us, there's no need to fear them." "It's best to be careful," the ultimate nodded. "Try not to get into a conflict with them before we get our fate back." Luan Yu said, "Let's go. I've already sensed an extremely strong dragon chi. If the true dragon is born this time, I'm afraid it'll be extremely powerful. The war of the two worlds is about to begin," the ultimate said. "I'm afraid the realm of heavenly martial arts has also sensed the danger. Naturally, they will do their best to create the strongest true dragon of their generation. Once this dragon is born, I'm afraid that Brother Yuri will be the first one to be finished." Luan Yu's expression changed greatly, becoming even gloomier. He shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly follow me." Thinking that she might not have long to live, Yuri went crazy and desperately rushed toward the core of the world where the Yuan Qi was gathering. As soon as Yunxiao and the others stepped into the mystic realm, their faces changed, because they also felt an extremely abnormal flow of spirit energy. "There's indeed a problem. Follow me," Yunxiao shouted. He immediately followed the flow of the spiritual energy. "This should be the change in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth before the birth of the true dragon," Roe said. Moreover, this spiritual chi flow was getting more and more rapid. Not only in the misty cloud ancient shine secret realm, but also the turbulent torrents that were like astral winds and whirlpools directly crushed the space of the secret realm and began to overflow to the heavenly martial realm. At the entrance of the misty cloud ancient shine, rings of spiritual chi began to spread in all directions. At the same time, the sky was filled with a colorful glow, within which the shape of a dragon could be vaguely seen. Some of the cities and sects near the smoke cloud ancient shine sect sensed it and sent experts to investigate in shock. These people naturally couldn't find out anything, and thought that there was a rare treasure appearing in the misty cloud ancient shine. They were all extremely excited and started fighting outside the secret realm. With gloomy faces, Yunxiao and the others followed the direction of the spirit stream and flew forward. Several hours later, they arrived at a huge grassland. In front of them was a spiritual chi vortex that covered tens of thousands of miles. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The spiritual chi directly turned into liquid and poured into the vortex like thousands of water droplets. "The true dragon must be in the core of this vortex," Yunxiao said in shock. "Let's go." Not being able to catch up to Yuri on the way here made everyone worried. If the new generation of true dragons were to be killed by the ruling plume, everyone's scalp went numb at the thought of this question. Although the whirlpool was terrifying, it could not stop them. They rushed down in the blink of an eye. Boom! A huge vibration sound came to his ears, and countless spiritual liquid was compressed by the impact and instantly turned into gas. Several figures entered first and disappeared into the whirlpool sea. At the bottom of the vortex, the spirit liquid condensed into a huge pillar that required two people to wrap their arms around it before it flowed into the chaos below. Golden starlight flickered in the chaos, as if it were the universe. Everyone was shocked. The chaos verse was like an egg, constantly changing as the spirit liquid was poured into it. The golden light inside seemed to be flowing slowly in a liquid. "Where's the Yuri family?" Yunxiao looked around, but could not find any trace of Luan Yu. He could not help but feel suspicious. "Could it be that Jiyu didn't come in?" asked Fanny. This time, even Duanmu Yu was uncertain. He had calculated that there would be an unforeseen event, but it did not necessarily mean that Luanyu had come. Hao Feng's eyes suddenly turned as he stared at the chaos. He said in shock, "Quickly look!" There was a person inside, almost blending into the chaos. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed him. That person was sitting cross-legged inside, one hand forming an incantation. It was Luanyu. Ro Wei was shocked. He's absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and I'm afraid he's going to steal the true dragon's luck. Yunxiao's face changed drastically. But he has already entered the chaos chicken. What should we do now? If we force our way in, we might destroy the true dragon's embryonic form, but if we let it in, we'll be finished. We don't have time to worry about that, Shen Yuanyao said coldly. Do it. He was the first to rush down. When his body came into contact with the chaos chicken, it was as if he was sinking into a swamp. Then he saw Shen Yuanyao moving towards the ruling plume. Yun Xiao no longer hesitated and said, "Do it!" "Wait," he said. "Lord Hao Feng, please come with me. The rest of you can stay here." Everyone thought for a moment, then stood still. Yun Xiao and Hao Feng sank into the chaos chicken. It was like a whole new world inside, and they could see the outside through the thin film. Luanyu, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, which burst out with boundless killing intent. He shouted, "Li Yun Xiao!" Yun Xiao's eyes narrowed as he said coldly, "Luanyu, today is the day you die. Did you give any explanation before you died?" "Haha, death." Luanyu laughed coldly and said, "I'd like to see who will die today." Two figures immediately appeared behind him. They were Shi and Yuan. The two of them didn't say a word. The moment they appeared, they immediately rushed over. "Humph, a clown." Shen Yuanyao took the lead and raised his hand to strike with his iron whip. Although Shi Huyuan was at the creation realm, Shen Yuanyao was a half-step world monarch. With a whip, he pushed the two away. After that, the whip shadow retracted and continued to strike. "I'll go and help Lord Shen Yuan." Hao Feng also rushed forward and said. His nirvana blade slashed at Yuan. The four of them began to fight in this chaotic space. Hao Feng and Yuan were still fine, and they were almost evenly matched. However, Shi was no match for Shen Yuanyao and kept retreating. But luckily, Shi's spiritual mind was sealed and he wasn't afraid of death, so he could still barely hold on. Luanyu's face darkened as he stared at Yun Xiao coldly. Yun Xiao did not seem to be in a hurry. He walked forward step by step until he was in front of Luanyu, where he stared at him quietly. Luanyu angrily said, "Why must you kill me? Isn't it good to be each other's angel?" "Because you deserve to die," Yun Xiao said lightly. "You're dead." Luanyu suddenly exploded and roared, "We still don't know who's dead." Dragon Fist Infinite Light. He closed in on Yun Xiao and threw a punch at him, almost sticking to him. Yun Xiao remained motionless, but his eyes suddenly lit up with a golden light. In the blink of an eye, it was as if countless thunderbolts were flashing, as if he could see through all the illusions in the world. Boom! Luanyu's punch directly penetrated his body and blasted into the void behind him. Luanyu's expression changed greatly, and he said in shock, "You're a coward." Golden runes could be vaguely seen in Yun Xiao's eyes as he stared at him coldly and said, "I finally understand how you were able to sneak into the ancient time of smoke and cloud under my nose. So the ultimate is helping you." He suddenly raised his hand, and a purple lightning flickered in his palm. Then, he slapped it toward Yuri's body. Boom! The Luanyu's body exploded. Shi and Yuan also disappeared, and the entire space shook. Shen Yuanyao and Hao Feng were both shocked. They looked over and saw that everyone was still at the place where they had entered the whirlpool. They had not moved at all. The two of them had just fought in the environment, and it was so real that even a lot of their spiritual energy was consumed. The spirit fluid continued to pour into the chaos below. Not only Shen Yuanyao and Hao Feng, but even the Lanyan master and the others were taken aback. When they saw Yun Xiao being bombarded by the ruling feathers, they thought that he had been cast with an evil spell, which was why he had not moved. Their hearts had jumped to their throats, but they did not expect that it was all an illusion. What? Poron was shocked. Is this the ultimate? He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had cultivated the eye of truth, but it had yet to reach major success. Yet, he couldn't see through the ultimate's illusion. Xianxia nodded, his face extremely solemn as he said, "It's much more troublesome than I expected. I don't know how strong the returning ruins are now. If they're half a step into the realm king realm, we'll be in trouble. Then what do we do now?" Fei and I was worried. Xianxia looked down at the chaos chicken. At this moment, he felt completely different from before. There was a faint blue light flickering in the chicken, and when he looked at it, he saw that it was condensing a dragon crystal. It gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, forms a dragon crystal, and finally breaks through the crystal dragon. He was in the process of forming the crystal, but he did not know where the ruling plume was, which made him very worried. He looked down with his eye of truth, but he could not see through the entire chaos chicken. When he touched the crystal, he was immediately blocked. Sinkhole. Xianxia had no choice but to shout, "Are you there?" There was no response. He shouted again, but it was still deathly silent. Only the powerful dragon chi overflowing from the chaos below rushed towards everyone's 5 senses and 6 senses. "I don't know what agreement you and Luanyu have reached," Xianxia said angrily. "But at this time, if you are willing to stand with me, I will try my best to double the conditions for you." There was still no response, as if there was really no one in this space. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. "If you think I can't give you what you want, then I have something that might interest you. Do you want the coat of arms?" As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the void 10,000 feet away trembled. Immediately after, Luanyu's wild laughter could be heard. "Ha ha ha, coat of arms. He wants to use the coat of arms to exchange for your surrender." Xianxia and the others immediately moved to the void and locked their divine senses on it. The space turned slightly and Yuri, Ultimate, and the other 2 figures appeared. "So it's you guys." Yunxiao's face was filled with anger as he sized up Yuri and Guishu, especially when he looked at Ning Qiue's indifferent face. She was so close, but seemed so far away. Luanyu also stared at him coldly, as if he was an old enemy. His eyes were filled with the desire to tear the other party apart. But Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The fact that the ruling plume was still here proved that the process of dragon transformation had not been destroyed. His gaze fell on the Ultimate's face and he stared at him. "Leave Yuri and work with me. I can agree to your previous request." "The previous conditions?" The Ultimate was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I've even forgotten." "Yes," Xianxia said angrily. "I'll give a region of the heavenly martial realm to your Eye clan." Luanyu couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, you're really generous. You're even willing to give up a region. Sinkhole, why don't you agree to his request?" The mocking look on his face made Xianxia and the others feel solemn, as if the condition was ridiculous in his eyes. The Ultimate said, "If it was a few years ago, I might have been tempted. But now? Hee, unless you can really take out the coat of arms and give it to me, then I'll immediately switch sides, kill Luanyu, and offer his head to you." Luanyu gave a muffled humph. Although he knew that it was impossible, he still felt extremely uncomfortable hearing it. He laughed and said, "Little brat, I don't know where you heard about the coat of arms from, but you're already talking big." "I don't know what a coat of arms is," Xianxia said calmly. "I did hear it from others." "What was this thing?" "A million years ago, you peerless powerhouses didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality to fight him. Even 6-winged demon clan died because of him, and the entire era of true spirits ended because of him." Both Luanyu and Ultimate's expressions changed. Luanyu's eyes shot out a cold glint as he shouted, "Where did you hear this from?" Xianxia ignored him and turned his eyes to the Ultimate. In his eyes, Luanyu was already a person who was bound to die, so he was too lazy to communicate. Guishu's expression changed, but he remained calm. "You don't have the right to know." Xianxia laughed out of anger. "I'm not qualified. I'm the master of the Divine Realm Tablet. In this realm, is there anything that I'm not qualified for?" "Wait until you become the real regional king," the Ultimate said. You may know, but now you are not qualified. Yunxiao's face was filled with anger as he said coldly, "Since that's the case, then the four of you can go to hell." Killing intent burst out from his body. Shen Yuanyao and the others were already prepared for this. They all released their powerful auras and pressed toward the four people in the center. Luanyu's lips curled into a cold smile and said, "The ignorant are fearless. You actually dare to start a war with me and the ultimate at the same time. In the past 1,000,000 years, there has only been 6-winged one. Do you really think you're that powerful?" As his voice fell, dragon chi rippled from Yuri's body, almost materializing into a physical form as it spread out in all directions. Everyone's body froze, and they felt suppressed. In shock, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yunxiao's heart trembled as well. "Your cultivation level is very high." Luanyu's face was filled with malevolence as he laughed madly. "Haha. Do you think I'm still the Luanyu of the past? I've already recovered to the Realm King. World King Realm." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. "Impossible. That's impossible." Yunxiao also cried out involuntarily. Unless he had a heaven-defying opportunity, how could he return to the realm of regional kings? Just as everyone was shocked, Yuri's eyes turned cold. He suddenly appeared in front of everyone and attacked Hao Feng. "Be careful," the few of them exclaimed at the same time. Hao Feng's expression changed and he immediately recovered from the shock. He held the Nirvana blade in front of him to defend. Bang! The Luanyu's powerful attack struck the Nirvana blade, directly crushing it into pieces. The powerful dragon breath shot out and shook his body. Eft! Hao Feng directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire person was like a kite with a broken string, being sent flying. Lord Hao Feng, Duanmu Yoyu, who was the closest, hurriedly flew over and caught the flying Hao Feng. His strength would not be of much help in this battle. After catching Hao Feng, he could not help but be shocked. Hao Feng's current state was extremely terrible. His body was constantly being destroyed by the dragon breath. If it wasn't for the Nirvana blade blocking in front of him, his chest would have been pierced through and he would have died. Yi Fan and Meng Wu also flew over in a hurry, and they began to treat Hao Feng's injuries in a hurry. Humph! He actually didn't die. Luanyu gave a muffled humph, clearly very dissatisfied with this result. "You're not a regional king," Shen Yuanyao bellowed. "At most, he's the same as me, a half-step world monarch. He even ambushed someone weaker than him. With his despicable character, he will never be able to step into the realm of regional king again." "Haha! What a joke!" Luanyu laughed wildly and said mockingly, "What kind of dog thing are you, old fogey? You dare to talk about this lord? The winner was king, and it required unscrupulous means. This person has just consumed a lot of energy in the illusion, and his strength is neither high nor low, and he is the closest to me. Moreover, he revealed a flaw when he was in a daze. If she didn't hit him, who would she hit? If he died, it's because he's stupid and weak. If he didn't die, it's because he's lucky." Everyone was rendered speechless by his twisted logic. Yunxiao stared at Luanyu for a while, then suppressed the violent emotions in his heart and said, "So ruthless. I understand now. You actually refined 3 of your sons." He didn't even spare his origin dragon power to reach the half-step world monarch realm in such a short time. Luanyu's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "Those 3 unfilial sons deserve to die. But since they're dead, we naturally can't let them go to waste." Behind him, Yuan's eyes darkened, but it disappeared in a flash. "Luanyu," Yunxiao said with a cold face, "even if you are a half-step world monarch now, do you dare to fight me again? If you win, I'll immediately turn around and leave. However, if you lose, then this day next year will be your death anniversary." Luanyu's expression changed slightly, and he said with a cold smile, "At this moment, I have the upper hand. Why should I fight you fairly? If we were to fight, then wouldn't my sneak attack on that person just now have been in vain? Gain the upper hand? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Yunxiao sneered. "Alliance Master," Shen Yuanyao said in a deep voice, "you deal with Yuri. Leave the other 3 to us. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Ning Qiue's cold expression, he felt a little afraid. The reason why Luanyu was unwilling to fight was mostly because he had to rely on the sinkhole and was extremely confident in it. But now, looking at how calm the sinkhole was, it didn't seem to care about what was happening. No, you guys deal with Yuri and the other 2. I'll deal with the ruins of End. Yunxiao said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the ultimate. Suddenly, he felt the light shooting out of the ultimate's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This is a Xianxia. However, the moment a flaw appeared in his mind, it was immediately captured by the sinkhole, instantly pulling him into an illusion. Yunxiao was not the only one, as Xianxia and the others were all inside. He was surrounded by a vast land, covered with endless yellow sand. It was a desert. Yunxiao and the others immediately became vigilant, but a moment later, Luanyu and the other 2 appeared among them, including the ultimate itself. Luanyu was shocked. Sinkhole, what the hell are you doing? Why did you drag us into this? The ultimate smiled. Since it's a chaotic battle, then come to my world of the eye. It'll be much more interesting. Luanyu's expression changed greatly as he cried out, "Is this the inner area of the 1,000-year eye?" The ultimate nodded. Luanyu's face immediately turned purple, as if he was very afraid. His eyes flickered as he said, "Ultimate, you and I are on the same side. Don't forget our ultimate goal. You can't harm me." The ultimate squinted his eyes and smiled. "Don't worry. I won't hurt you. I'm still hoping that you can recover your true form and help me get the coat of arms." Only then did Luanyu's expression turn slightly better. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback and asked in horror, "What is a coat of arms? Why do you value him so much?" The ultimate said, "There's no harm in telling you now. In fact, there was nothing to keep a secret about. Even if the whole world knew about it, no one could get it. The so-called coat of arms was also called the coat of arms of the realm. Realm coat of arms." Yunxiao and the others read it silently while they waited for the ultimate to continue. "And this coat of arms is a piece of material formed when a realm collapses after it dies," the ultimate said. "It has the aura and power of a realm. A realm collapsed due to death." Yunxiao's body trembled. He immediately understood, and the ancient scroll of Avicii suddenly appeared in his mind. At that time, Mopu had said that the ancient scroll of Avisnaraka was formed when the old demon world collapsed, and it had condensed the magical powers and wisdom of the world. Could it be that the ancient scroll was the coat of arms? What? Xianxia was enraged. "You mean you want to destroy this realm?" Luanyu said coldly. "This realm is unkind to me, so I don't have any concerns about it." "What's the use of this realm emblem?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "What's the use of this realm emblem? Did you and Six-Winged also fall out because of this item?" The ultimate nodded and said, "Back then, Lu Qi wanted to destroy the world and refine it. Thanks to Luanyu and me, as well as countless true spirits, this world was preserved. Otherwise, how could there be people like you?" "What?" Yunxiao was stunned. "So, you two are still heroes who saved the world?" Xianxia rebuked. "Alliance Master, don't listen to their nonsense. There must be some other problem. I don't believe that with their character, they would still want to save the world." Luanyu chuckled and said, "What the old fogey said is right, we do have selfish motives. The simplest thing is that if a realm is destroyed, we don't know if we can survive and continue cultivating with our strength as world kings. The most important thing was that the realm coat of arms could only be used by experts who had surpassed the realm king realm. To put it bluntly, at that time only Six-Winged could be used and we couldn't use it. Naturally, we wouldn't agree with him refining a realm and taking the coat of arms. What happened back then was more complicated," the Ruins of End said. "There are all kinds of things, but the core is the coat of arms of that realm. Because this Jie seal is a Wufu." "Enough!" Luanyu considered his words and said, "There's no need to educate these dead people. Kill them quickly so that I can seize the true dragon's fate in case of any accidents." The ultimate nodded, looked at Yunxiao and said, "You and I may be fated, but in the end, I still have to send you to the west." "You two vicious things," Yunxiao said angrily. "How dare you try to refine this world? You are really evil. I can't let you live." "Lord Shenyuan," he immediately shouted. "You guys deal with Yuri and the other two. Leave the ultimate to me." It was still the same distribution method as before. Because the ultimate's illusionary technique was too strong, he was afraid that Shenyuan Yao and the others would not be able to handle it. All right. Shenyuan Yao also understood the severity of the situation. If he lost today's battle, perhaps he would not need Six-Wing to fight. These two people in front of him would destroy the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. Furthermore, as long as he killed Yuri, even if he ultimately lost to the ultimate, it would no longer matter. That was because the birth of a true dragon was unstoppable. After thinking it through, the few of them quickly attacked Yuri. Luan Yu's expression changed slightly. He was unwilling to face them head-on and retreated while fighting. He shouted, "Brother Guishu, save me," because he still needed to preserve his strength when he seized the true dragon's fate later. The returning ruin's eyes flashed, and the yellow sand instantly split apart. A large number of martial artists flew out from within and charged toward Shenyuan Yao and the others. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the warriors in shock. "Turning the void into reality." The ultimate nodded and said, "Turning the void into reality is the highest realm of illusion. However, even I, who was a world king, couldn't cast it. After all, it was too heaven-defying. However, with this profound level weapon of the eye race, the eye of 1,000 years can be fully displayed." "Impossible!" Yunxiao shouted. "Impossible! How could there be such an absurd thing in this world? If you could turn illusion into reality, you would have been invincible." The ultimate looked at him in surprise and laughed. "Back then, other than Six-Winged, even Yuri didn't dare to say that he could defeat me. Although he wasn't invincible, he wasn't far from it. Is this move real or fake? Don't you have the eyes of truth?" Yunxiao's eyes glowed with a golden light, and the ancient Maha characters spun in his eyes as he looked at the martial artists fighting. They were all flesh and blood, and there was no illusion at all. He couldn't help but feel his hands and feet turn cold, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. If he really had such a divine skill, how could he fight? "That's why," the ultimate said with a faint smile. "What's next is a simple process of sending you all to the West. It won't be very complicated, and it won't take long." Under the smile was an extremely cruel expression. The ultimate's body kept moving away from Yunxiao, and a large number of warriors poured out of the yellow sand again. They were all Immortal Realm experts, and their numbers kept increasing. As if there was no end to them, they all pounced on Yunxiao.